Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here tonight with the fourth session of our trilogy. Don't ask. Nowhere to Hide. Um, this game is an attempt at running Cortex Prime, which is a really, really interesting modular system that you kind of like build on a case-by-case basis for games. It's a really, really neat experience. Recommend you go check it out if you're interested. This game is set in the Elsewhere universe that was created by my good friend Baron. Um, you'll probably see him later in the corner. Maybe napping. Maybe not. Probably napping. No, Elsewhere is a really, really cool setting. It's kind of like an alternative Americana where magic is kind of driven by memory and tradition. I've had a lot of fun kind of taking a dive into it so far, and I'm really, really happy and excited to get into what we have planned next. So I'm going to go ahead and pass things over here in just a moment to my players so that they can say hi, plug anything that they've got going on. But before I do, I'm going to go ahead and give the same warning that I give on the beginning of all of my games, and that is if foul language and mature subject matter are a problem for you, then don't watch this game. In particular, this game will depict topics of pregnancy, childbirth, adoption, endangerment of a child, and domestic violence. So, sincerely, if these things are a problem for you, then I don't recommend you watch this game. But if you're still here, then welcome. Grab some tissues. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some crying tonight. But let's meet the players, shall we? First up is Karen.
Hello, everyone. Karen, also known as Smithing Gears. You can find me here as much as I can get here, and over at Mini Terrain Domain on Mondays and every other Tuesday. And yeah, I want to keep it short and sweet because I want to get into this game, and so I'm excited, and therefore I throw it back at you.
So aggressive. Throw it back at you. Good God. All right. Speaking of aggressive.
Did you catch it? Did you catch it?
No, I didn't. My reflexes are slowed. Next up is Top Jason.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here on this holy day of Friday the 13th to finish this epic tale of mischief and weirdness, and I can't wait. Also, it's my birthday. Happy birthday, me. I've got a hometown whiskey, Chattanooga whiskey. I'm going to be sipping on that a little bit this evening. I'm looking forward to this. I will keep with Karen and keep it very short and sweet. Love that I'm here. Love that these people are here. Let's get going.
Fuck yeah, man. Happy birthday. I'm very, very honored that you are spending a portion of it with us, especially since you were kept from home longer than you were expecting. So much love.
45 years young, man.
45. I'm 46. I just turned 46. You're right behind me. All right. Speaking of right behind me, next up is Sarah.
Oh, that one wasn't bad. It wasn't super weird. Hi everybody. I am Sarah, known as Alice XN on all the socials. If you want to see me, occasionally I am here, which I love to be here. And then every other Tuesday I am on Mini Terrain Domain, Sky Metal Iron Gods. Come watch it. It's like hella crazy. I love it. Um, Again, keep this short and sweet. I'm excited. Can't wait to cry like I did last time. Yay! Yeah, I'm super stoked to be here. I don't know if we are gonna finish the game tonight, but we'll see.
I plead the fifth. Um,
You're right,
yeah.
Jeremy. It'll probably take at least 5 sessions to finish everything.
I
It's
was
only
also
session
going to
4.
say, I plead for the fifth.
Or a fifth. Wow. Wow. Fuck my life. Speaking of fuck my life, next up is Baron.
You're goddamn right. Hey everybody, I'm Baron. I have the luxury of being here more than most. Get like me, I guess. I don't know. Try and get on here. Or don't. I don't know. I'm playing Cornelius Bradburn. I was almost not going to make it today, so I'm pumped to be here to finish the game. We're going to lock in and we're going to finish the game because the more we draw this out, the less likely I am to be able to play. With that.
I'm very happy that you made it here, Baron. Appreciate it, man. Like I said, I was not expecting to have a full table tonight, and there was a lot of like yes, no's, and then look here. 6, 7 with me. Happy, shiny people. Speaking of happy, shiny people, next up is Nathan.
I'm Nathan, Dimension 119. That's where you can find me. Search the internets for me. I have been very remiss on my duties lately, and due to cold weather and a few other things, have not promoted like I should. But I have been wearing my shirt every session, but I haven't been showing it off. I have it tonight. I'm showing it off tonight. Get you a big old Crady shirt. I will also keep my intros short and sweet, but I will say I hope you have your wellies and your raincoats because I am playing the moist fellow once again, and I'm extra moist tonight because it's been 2 weeks.
All that buildup. It's like a sponge at some point.
I hated too much of that.
Oh my goodness. It's gonna be a riot. Gonna be right. All right. Speaking of riots, last but certainly not least, Bottom Jason.
Glad I avoided a moist-related segue. Yes, I am Jason Osorio, and I will be playing Freddy Bogart, a traveling boxer that has basically turned into a horrible scarecrow monster. I am very excited to see how this wraps up because we're definitely absolutely 100% going to finish this session. I wholeheartedly believe that, he said sarcastically. But regardless, the more opportunities to be here on the Erasmus expeditions and play with these amazing people, the better. So as everyone has said, I will keep it short and sweet and pass it back to Jeremy, the man, the myth, the legend, Moist Fella Part 2.
Moist Fella Jr.
Top moist fella.
Top Moist Fella. Wow. You have stumbled into a very specific place of the internet. Welcome. If you Google that right now, RIP your search history. Okay, so I think without further ado, we're ready to get this going. Everybody ready? Excellent. Let's do it. When people talk about the journey you undertake to find yourself, they never warn you just how fraught with danger it really is. The world around you will mold you, change you, with every step you take. And if you aren't mindful of it, it can shape you into a version of yourself that might terrify you. It is how you resist the hardships. It is what you choose to protect against the raging storm that forms the version that you will come to recognize in the mirror before your journey is finished. We find the 6 of you exiting a doorway into one of the halls for where the rooms are located here at the Nowhere Motel Resort and Casino. As the 6 of you kind of stumble back into this hallway, kind of collapsing into each other against the walls, the door slams shut, and you realize that you hear the screams of labor. It sounds like Casey might be having her baby sometime soon. So, coming fresh off of a harrowing experience in the cornfield. What's happening? What is the group saying or doing in this moment?
Think Freddie, who by this point has fully transformed, at least physically, into this amalgamation of wood and iron joints and burlap with these golden eyes, the color of a cornfield at sunset, with a 14 burned into the burlap of his forehead, marking him as, at least according to the Dandy Man, the 14th emissary of the Corn Mother. He I think instinctively he starts to go towards the sound of Casey's pain screams, but then he looks down at these hands, which are basically at this point more like articulated iron talons, and he realizes that with everything she's going through right now, he should not be there. And I think he's just going to kind of nod in the direction of where her screams are coming from, and he's going to turn and walk the opposite direction, maybe back towards the lobby of the motel, if that's kind of the opposite direction where Casey's screams are coming from, if the noise is coming from her room. But yeah, I think he's rather just going to kind of lumber back towards the lobby area. Maybe looking for Harlow actually, but I think he's just trying to get some distance between him and where Casey is at the moment.
Yeah, I am going to do the same thing. Be as far away from the birthing process as possible. I've never been good in these situations. And yeah, I'll be in the lobby.
So, question for clarification. We think these sounds are coming from like the bar area?
It sounds like it's coming from one of the other rooms.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah, so kind of in the hall where you currently are. Just further
Do we
down.
hear anybody else down there? Or does it sound like she's by herself?
No, definitely. You can hear Harlow kind of like talking, and it sounds like maybe
yes,
also
Master
Samantha.
I will go towards the process and knock on the door from outside and just ask if they need anything.
Warm water, blankets.
There you go.
Okay. And I'm going to get warm water and blankets. I don't know where either of those things are in mass, but I'll find them.
I think that as everything kind of settles, she hears the sound, she is quick to place this ritual book into her bag, and she runs past Cornelius to get into the room to offer her help, because now the root doctor is kicking in and she wants to be in there to help with the process.
I think as soon as Samantha sees your face, oh, thank goodness you're here.
And it's very mechanical what she does, where she doesn't really say much. She's, getting a blanket and making sure it's over Casey. She's getting pillows to kind of prop her up a little bit more. And when she looks at you, Samantha, she's just like, I guess today is a good day.
Let's hope so.
You also see in the room Mrs. Rivers. Doesn't seem as welcomed as Samantha, but she's trying to be of use.
I think Sam followed Cornelius over and heard the request for water and blankets, and I think I think Sam goes the opposite direction of Cornelius, trying to find water and or blankets, just to try to be of use as well.
So you divide and conquer. It's definitely a high stress situation. There's a lot of tension in the room. It's Casey's first, so it's probably not going to be a simple process. Harlow seems surprisingly calm about the whole thing. And, you know, if he's asked to go get something, he goes and gets it and brings it back. But he also seems maybe a little on edge, maybe a little nervous. Like he's at several different points. You might find him like pacing, you know, kind of just like stroking his chin, kind of like pacing along the wall or in the hallway. Doesn't say anything, but he's frequently checking on how things are progressing. From the lobby where Freddy and Patterson both are, one of you notices a plume of dust in the distance, and before long you can tell there are vehicles that are approaching.
I think Freddie has kind of slumped down into a chair, and I think Patterson, maybe a little eerily, it looks like when he's not moving because he's not breathing, it looks like just someone left just this really disturbing looking scarecrow just chilling in a chair in the lobby of the Nowhere Motel Resort and Casino. But I think these golden eyes, which look weirdly sort of wet, are sort of flicking around from inside this burlap sack of a face. And then I think when he sees this plume of dust, you just hear this sort of rasping croak come out of this gash of a mouth in the burlap. There's someone coming. Maybe more Stepford. And he just starts to like freakily get up in this just horrible, again, almost like a puppet being manipulated by someone that doesn't really know how to work the strings as he kind of looms upright. And I think he's just going to kind of like shuffle over to stand in front of the door. Just to see kind of who is coming, since we've had the visitation from the Allison family already. Just curious to see who else might be coming to interfere with this birth.
Patterson, I think, is in as Freddie stands up. Patterson is in mid drag off of a cigarette, and man, he's smoking this cigarette. This is like the Matthew McConaughey meme where he's just like, and when the plume of dust is coming down the road, the cigarette gets flicked, and he thinks he knows why he's here now. And he reaches inside of his jacket and slips on his knucks onto his left hand, and with his right draws his pistol, and he looks over to Freddie. I hope you found a heart back there.
I think he actually, when you say that, Patterson, I think he actually like turns the head to look at you, and he says, "You feel like you found what you needed to find in that house in the woods, Patterson? Did you find the closure that you were supposed to experience?"
I don't know much about closure, but I do know what I'm good at, and I do know that there's a new life in there that needs protecting. I ain't good at much, but I can do that.
He says, "Huh. Glad I'm not the only one. and he kind of flexes these talons, these iron claws that still have, I imagine, like shreds of his boxing gloves hanging from them. And yeah, he'll wait, just posting up besides Patterson to see who's a coming.
You hear Argos, who's been barking this entire time, like almost at the door, seeing that the two of you have realized what's happening. He's wagging his tail, happy that he finally got somebody to pay attention to the danger that is afoot. Freddy, you happen to notice at one part of the floor there's almost like a wedge shaped piece of the floor that looks a little different. And as you kind of like look a little closer, where the carpet of the lobby is, it's almost like somebody just taken like a slice out of it. And underneath is like worn white marble. And the further away from the point that you're kind of looking at that this tear goes, the wider that it gets. So if you look like towards the edge of the room, there is a place where it goes up the wall, and it's probably 6 to 8 inches.
Jeremy?
Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Your audio is not coming through through YouTube.
What? That's weird. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you here, but
I can hear you in both places, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
I can as well. I can hear both places.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. I was going by
Harry,
the comment.
check your mute button.
Harry, check your mute button.
Yeah. She can't hear me. It won't do
Yeah,
anything
she
good,
doesn't
but-
know what a mute button is.
What is mute? I know not this word.
She's one of the few
Sorry for
acceptable
interrupting.
people that we allow to be unmuted the whole game.
Because her reactions are pure gold.
For sure, 110%. Okay, so real quick, Jeremy, I just kind of
Yeah.
want to clarify. So
Yeah, please do.
does it almost seem like there's this like a seam of marble kind of like running over the floor? And you said there's like a little gap almost like in the
Yeah,
paneling
so
or whatever on the wall?
Imagine like somebody cut the floor with a very sharp axe.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like this point that you're looking at where like the axe would have stopped, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And as you get further from that point, it widens. So it's almost like a really, really elongated slice of pie.
Gotcha.
But at the beginning of that is carpet on the floor, but between it, there is this worn white marble. And like looking at it, that's not the flooring that's under this carpet. Like at the edges of the carpet where it's torn, you can see clearly that it's like, a concrete foundation. But this wedge is like a worn white marble. And the further it goes towards like the edge of the room, it, that section of the floor hits the wall and goes vertically. And it's probably 6 to 8 inches, and it looks like a worn white marble wall.
Are there any like seams or anything, like especially that portion that's on the wall itself? Is there any like seam in the marble or any kind of markings or anything? It's just worn white marble.
You can see that it has some kind of like carving, some kind of decoration, but again, you're only seeing about like 6 inches of it, and whatever decoration seems to run like horizontally.
Could Freddy, I think what he'll do is, because I mean Patterson's right there, I think he's just going to kind of point with one of these iron claws towards, I think probably the wall, because I imagine that's where it's at its kind of widest. And I think he's going to kind of walk over, and if he can, he'll try to, again, using sort of these talons, try to like peel back a little bit of whatever is on the wall, just to get like an idea of what the decorations depict, maybe. or if it just unearths more of like whatever is normally under this sort of paneling in the lobby, just to kind of see what the full picture is, if he can, if that's
Mhm.
possible.
Yeah, you kind of like scratch at this wall, and your
Mhm.
fingers just dig into like drywall and just like tear away drywall and insulation behind it. And the marble just seems to end right at the edge of this. There's not even really like a clear separation. It's almost like as if the division were on like the molecular level.
Weird. I think he is actually going to he'll look over his shoulder, and then Patterson, he'll call out to you. He'll say, Patterson, look at this. I'll watch the door. Kind of tilts his head, and then he asks you, does this smell like anything to you? He's going to nod towards the wall, towards this section of wall that is this white marble. Might be child wrangling, potentially.
I'm sorry, I got interrupted.
No, you're
Nope,
good.
you're good.
Could you please bring me up to speed? I apologize for that.
No, you're good. There's a section of this room, like a small like slice of it that looks like it basically just morphs into like worn white marble. Freddy is against where this is kind of like gone against the wall and kind of gone vertical, and you can see a little bit of like a carving, but again, it's only like 6 inches of it that you're able to see.
And he just asked you to smell it because he has no nose, so he cannot smell things anymore. Just to see if there's like any weird odors or anything.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, Patterson is beyond like thinking anything is weird anymore. Whatever's happening in this place is just the way things are at the moment. So yeah, I'll sniff the wall.
You
Please don't let it smell like cheese.
sniff this wall. You're like, it actually has a rather pleasant aroma. And you can see like in the niches of this carving, there's maybe even like a little bit of residue of something. But what you're smelling, and you start maybe even getting a little hungry. It smells like olive oil.
You ever been to Italy?
No.
Never mind.
Hmm.
And
What is it? Does it smell like something? What does it smell like?
olives,
Mm.
olive oil. Like this place I back in the war I ate in Italy, and man, that's probably the best meal I'd had in months.
It's weird. Weirder. Well, maybe we can ask Harlow when he comes out. Hopefully everything's going all right back there. Guess we should watch the door. Kind of looks at the wall, looks a little kind of askew at you, Patterson, just kind of tilting his head to one side, and then I think he'll walk back to the door.
Does
You just hear
Freddy
him mutter, like, Italy, what is up? Go ahead.
Does Freddy have facial expressions with the
Not
the
anymore.
sackcloth face?
Nope.
Okay. So that's just a creepy little.
Yeah, just kind of a.
Freddie, when you move back to the door and look back out, you realize that the vehicles have approached a lot closer now. This is not the like meted out, evenly spaced, single file line of cars that you saw that preceded the arrival of the Allison family. This is like chaotic. Like these vehicles are like swerving in and out of one another. You can see even from this distance that they are definitely not like matched the way that the Allison family vehicles seem to be. These are like loud, like the paint jobs are like bright, and you can hear even from this distance that there is very, very loud rock and roll music that is playing.
I think as soon as he hears that, he'll look to you, Patterson, and he'll say, "Have you seen Knuckle Duster since we got back?
I'd almost
Since you and
forgotten
he are
about
such
that
good friends." Right. We might should go find him. Or one of us should.
And I'll nod and head to the last place I saw Knuckle Duster, which was the dining area. Maybe the weird little bastards behind the bar.
You head in there, and you can see, what looks like plates and cups and things that were kind of left, probably whenever she went into labor. And you don't see any sign of Knuckle Duster.
Where did that little knife-eared bastard go?
All right. They continue to get closer. The music continues to get louder. Even those of you in the room where Casey is laboring, between sets, you hear this music that is like growing louder and louder. Eventually, they're going to reach the parking lot and start to park. Does anybody want to say or do anything before they arrive?
I do. I want to set up my force field. It's kind of I feel them coming. I hear them coming. I don't like this. It sets me on edge, and it's almost an instantaneous. The force field goes up. Mechanically, it does nothing at the moment. I have spent plot points to do it, but I'm establishing the fact that I'm putting it around this room.
Anyone else?
Was I I would have given off whatever blankets and hot water
Mhm.
that I was able to acquire to whomever, and then I would have probably joined Patterson and Freddie. Well, Patterson's in the dining area. I would have joined Freddie up front, probably standing more in the doorway. Even though this is kind of your folks, Freddie, given your.
Not really.
I mean, look at you.
He just kind of looks at you. Cornelius doesn't say anything. Just kind of flexes the claws, just watching these people start to pile out.
I mean, I didn't mean it in a bad way.
Right.
I'll look out the door.
Anybody else?
I guess Sam at this point would also have time to have dropped things off and made it back to the front. So I'll just kind of post up with everybody else, I guess.
I think Opal would ask Papa Harlow if he could get like a kettle of water boiling and in here so she can make some teas and things like that.
Absolutely. Coming right up. He kind of like turns and walks away with a cane.
I believe in the process of trying to locate Knuckle Duster, I find my way to this area and stick my head in without without being like too starey at the whole process. Hey, we got company.
Great. Keep them off us. We'll be fine. Just keep them off us. Y'all are good at that.
I'll yeah, as I walk away, I'm just grumbling. Yeah, just grumbling.
Perfect. Okay. The cars arrive in the parking lot, begin to open their doors and climb out. Several of them just like slide out of the top of the convertible. And as they begin to pile out of the cars and they're hooping and hollering, you can see mutton chops. You can see pompadours. You can see leather jackets, spikes. They are rockabilly greasers, like a bike gang. There's motorcycles, there's cars. All of them are in immaculate condition, beautifully like shined up. And there is a teal colored just lost the word.
Pony.
You're right. It's a pony now.
Pony.
Did I not put the thing in here? I could have sworn I did. Ah, there we go. Oh, I believe it is a Fury.
Nice.
Pontiac, Plymouth Fury. That's what it is. This teal colored car with fins, white wall tires. And the individual who is driving it kind of leans out the window, and you can see what is clearly a goblin wearing like goggles on his head. He does have disturbing animalistic eyes, and he is the one that is playing this rock and roll music on full blast. And several of these individuals who have hopped out of their cars are wielding weapons, guns, chains, but they're also like dancing as they get out of their cars. I mean, this looks like a scene from a musical. Like these guys are like in sync with each other as they're like, you know, dancing on top of the cars. It's weird. It's really weird.
I have to admit, I like the car.
You have any experience with greasers?
I've run across them once or twice while traveling, but never really stopped to talk with them much. You?
Here and there, never enough for them to perform.
Yeah. I mean, is it mostly like what's sort of the makeup of the greasers themselves, Jeremy? Like I know you said like the one in the car is seems to be a goblin, but are like they mostly like goblins and like fairies or like elves? Like can we tell?
Yeah, largely, there is a kind of a smattering. You might see an elf or a half elf or two, but there's definitely a lot of goblins, a lot of fey-looking creatures, a lot of combinations, you would guess, similar to Knuckle Duster. Definitely looks like a collection of misfits.
Freddy kind of turns again, very like mechanically almost, the joints creaking beneath what's left of his trench coat to look at you, Cornelius, and he says, I don't know if you remember this, but Papa Harlow said that someone had done something to his no vacancy sign, some kind of saboteur or something that made nowhere easier to find or making it so it could be found at all. Do you think it was Knuckle Duster so that these folks could show up to interfere with what's going on here?
Well, call it a hunch, but if the Allisons were able to be brought here by an inside source, I don't see why the other side of the token wouldn't be able to be invited the same way. It would make sense.
Right.
It seems like it doesn't really matter what happened now. The effect is already here.
I'm just wondering if it's a situation where we're gonna have to do what we did with the Allisons, these folks, or could Knuckle Duster, if he's not the saboteur, convince them to piss off. If we can find him, I don't know where he is.
I'm going to be completely honest with you, Freddy. I think we're going to convince them to piss off one way or another.
Fair enough.
Probably right when Patterson walks up. I can't find it. I can't find him.
Cornelius reaches into his Leviticus tool pouch and pulls out like a pipe wrench. Like the classic, just like red, standardized pipe wrench.
Maybe they'll make a little bit more satisfying of a splat compared to the Dandy Man. And Freddy will kind of like shift aside a little bit just to make sure like Patterson wants to join the line by the door. He can. Yeah, I think he'll just watch this weird performance happen and see if they try to come in.
Yeah, they can.
Like,
oh, go ahead.
I guess this is the first time. Yeah, no, they weren't pulled up when I walked away, so I'm seeing this. What the fuck?
A lot, right?
Yeah.
They
Just
finish their dance, and the music ends, and they literally like hold their position, which is like vaguely symmetrical to the front door. So it kind of looks like it's, been choreographed and staged. And then there's a bullhorn that comes out of the teal Plymouth Fury. And you hear this goblin speak. Well, I know y'all are in there. And I know that baby is coming soon. So we're just gonna sit out here, and whenever she's got that baby, why don't you just bring it on out to me? We'll take good care of him. We'll raise him up right, teach him all the hits. Ain't that right, boys? There's a holler of agreement from the gathered group.
I'd like to shoot the mirror of the car.
Now,
Okay.
hold on. Now, hold on, Patterson. We'll get to that, I'm sure. Cornelius would step out, probably out onto the porch and maybe towards the steps. Why exactly would we do that for you?
Well, the woman's gonna be a star. But not if she's got that albatross hanging around her neck. So we'll do her a favor. On the condition that when she's famous, she remembers us, little folk.
Right. You see, the thing is the young lady inside didn't mention nothing about you, and unfortunately, this is well, the sound is actually reading correct. There is no vacancy right now.
That's not what I heard. I heard y'all got plenty of room.
That's the funny thing about hearing things is sometimes it's bullshit when you find out what's really going on. And what's really going on is you're gonna keep on going down that road. Yep.
Well, see, friend, that's where you're mistaken, because this is our destination. We've
No,
reached
I
the end
don't
of our
think it
road.
is. I see that road continues on that way. Now I'm being mighty kind to you. This courtesy and directions. It would be real rude to refuse me, if you know what I mean.
You claiming the child for your own, then?
I think that
Cornelius,
is,
isn't it?
Yes, it is.
My cousin told me about you. Daddy issues, right?
It purely depends on which cousin you speak
my, my good cousin Knuckle Duster told me everything about you. About all of you.
Yeah, he did seem like the talking type. I see the resemblance.
We're related on my father's side. He's not very bright, but...
Daddy issues, huh?
Indeed. See, we're kindred spirits, you and I.
I don't
So,
see it.
Cornelius, why the fuss? You don't know this girl. You don't know this baby nothing.
Sometimes doing stuff ain't about accruing debt or paying something off. It's about doing what's right. And if it means so much to you, so what if I do claim this baby? Then what?
Well, then maybe I'll deal with you.
I've been waiting for it this whole time. That's what I would like.
Well, that's what we're trying to do. Come to an arrangement, an agreement.
Then,
Are you trying to say that we're at an impasse?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. What was it?
My name is Electric Eddie.
Electric Eddie. That sounds like one of those nicknames that someone gave themselves. Did someone give you that nickname, or did you just come up with it?
So the boys gave me that nickname.
Yeah, okay.
And he kind of like indicates this gathered group, and they all like snap their affirmation.
Bunch of yes men. All right, well, Electric Eddie, go ahead and step out the car.
No, I don't think I will be.
Now,
Boys.
see, it's usually better to put things in park before you beat the brakes off them.
Boys, take this clown down. You hear the racking of shotguns, the rustling of chains, and these greasers turn their attentions on you, Cornelius. You are going to be fighting, at first, at least, the Rockabye-Byes.
Incredible.
They have a D10 in Rumble. They have a D10 in Shake, Rattle, and Roll. And they have a D8 Grease Monkeys. And then they have 3 D6 NPC dice. All right. So it sounds like y'all were waiting for them to jump the gun. So they're going to go first. Cornelius, unfortunately for you, you are the one that is out front and in their sights. So they are going to roll their Rumble, their 3d6. And I'm also going to call on your D8 mental stress. So if you would please describe to me how you're going to try to avoid the choreographed ass whooping that you're about to receive, and build a dice pool for that. Oh, you're muted.
Yes, dude.
You got it out of the way.
Well, it's really quite simple. I'm a soldier, and these are fucking dancers. They can dance around and try and choreograph whatever they like, but they get close, I'm gonna beat the shit out of them with a pipe wrench.
Fair enough.
So, to make this dice roll, we're gonna go face of his father because the daddy issues thing was invoked.
Mm-hmm.
We'll do anger D8. Hold on, it's dark. Where are my days? Anger D8. Soldier D10. And can you remind me how to, like, for my abilities, I would spend a plot point to activate an SFX?
So most SFX have a cost associated with them, and spending plot points is a common one. Do you have your SFX written out?
No,
No?
not in a way that is functioning to me. So
Okay.
we're
So
gonna skip over that.
Other ways that you could spend plot. Are you looking for what you could spend your plot points on?
No, well, also yes, but I have an ability that I have Power Leech as an ability.
Okay. What is it? How does that read?
I have to pull it up. That's why I don't have it. Someone else.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
No, it's fine.
Is it? I have the book open. If you know what ability it's under, power.
Oh, Power Leech.
Okay. Is that an ability or is that? Oh, yeah, there it is. So which there's like 5 different.
That's what
things.
I'm talking about. I don't have it in front of me in a way that's applicable.
Oh, gotcha.
So, we're gonna skip that for now, but I'm gonna utilize my Leviticus tool pouch signature asset for a D12.
Okay.
So I'm hitting them with a ranch. I've played this game before. All right. If I add 2 together, I have a total of 16 effect dice of D12. No ones.
Okay. You got a 16. I got a 15. So you will just barely succeed at preventing them from hurting you.
I think realistically what happens is the first guy get close to me and I hit him across the fucking face. Everyone's like, oh shit. Damn, he just got hit. It's like, yeah, dude, I'm not fucking around.
That wasn't stage fighting, that was real fighting.
All right. Several of them fire the first rounds of their shotguns kind of in your direction. The front door of Nowhere, is made of glass, and it just completely shatters. Just raining glass kind of everywhere in the entryway and in the immediate, just outside the front door. The second shot clearly misses you. Instead, just kind of like peppering the front of the building. And several of these individuals then close for melee, wielding, like I said, chains and baseball bats, pipes, brass knuckles, and they try desperately to connect with you, Cornelius. But this is not the first fight you've ever been in. You're able to keep them at bay. It probably doesn't help that they keep attacking you one at a time. Okay. That was the Rockabye-Bye's turn. So now the PCs get to go in whichever order that you wish.
I mean, I'm quite realistically going to do the exact same thing again. I can
Do it.
Get myself out of the way.
Sure thing.
Yeah, shit.
I can't imagine that Patterson would see this even begin to start without jumping into the fray.
Scenes.
All right, I did get a 1 this time, but
Okay.
I have a total of 14 and effect as a D10.
Nice.
Okay, I also got a 1. So if anybody would like to activate that opportunity, they can do so.
Could the opportunity be intimidated because of the absolute thrashing we're putting down on them already?
Sure.
I'll spend a plot point for that.
All right. Let's see. Assets. Asset number 1. Intimidation. All right, and that was a D6. So there's a D6 asset now in play called Scaredy Cats. Baron, you can activate that on a future roll for free, or someone else can choose to activate it if they so wish by spending a plot point. Okay, I think I'm also going to activate your 1, Baron, so you'll earn your hitch, is what it's called. So you will earn a plot point for that. I know what. Okay. Grease everywhere. These guys are getting pummeled so hard that there's even grease coming out of their hair. What was your die that rolled the 1?
D8.
D8. Okay. Maybe a
Hair
D8 for
pomade
them.
sprays the hood of the car.
Yeah, there's just a smear across it.
Oh no, they're all Dapper Dan men.
Oh, it's like
wanna
Scott
fall.
Pilgrim versus the World, or when the girl gets her hair, like the hair color knocked out of her hair. You knocked the color out of her hair.
Incredible. Okay, so remind me what your total was.
My total was 14 with a effect die of a D8.
D8, okay. So you succeed, not enough to be a heroic success, but you did succeed, and you have a D8, so that's going to eliminate one of their NPC dice outright. So you do absolutely give them a wallop. They are definitely used to fighting, but they're not really used to fighting a Union man.
Gonna say, could have fooled me.
Right.
Better get your vests on, boys. Safety inspection. Smack. You ain't wearing the hard hat. Smack.
By the Union man, and what do you get?
They
Smacks.
definitely lose a few steps of their choreography, and kind of like sneer and double down. They spit blood, kind of out of their mouth, but in a way that makes them look like a cool, tough guy, as if performed on stage or in the movies. Who's next?
Ready, you or me?
I can go because I pre-rolled right quick just to hopefully make things flow a little more smoothly. If I hopefully did this right. Yeah, I think when the glass sort of in the front door of the Nowhere Motel Resort and Casino shatters from the chains and the shotgun blasts and everything, I think there's kind of this moment, and then there's just this blur as Freddy just kind of erupts out of sort of the twisted remains of this front door. And I think he's going right for that teal car. I think he kind of like rushes past Cornelius. There's almost something a little like animalistic to the way he moves now. Like there's a fluidity that wasn't there sort of before when this transformation first occurred. And I think he is so in this moment, he is so consumed by this feeling, like he has somewhat insinuated to Patterson, of sort of his interaction with the dandy man and everything that happened in the cornfield, it felt like he had figured out what he needed to do, but then the book got taken, and now he doesn't know what's going to happen to his wife. What is actually happening? Does what happened in the cornfield have any effect on what is happening now? And I think that spurs him into this almost like animal rage. And he is going to let out this like hoarse gargling scream. And as he does, I think we see sort of the straw inside of his burlap mouth start to like twist and jolt as a crow is going to burst out of his mouth and streak towards Electric Eddie. I rolled a 12 with a D10 effect die. I also spent a plot point to summon my coal-eyed bird. But I did roll 2 ones on 2 separate D8s, unfortunately.
Okay. I am going to activate one of those to roll the complication of grease everywhere from a D8 to a D10. So you'll have a plot point, Jason.
Good, because I had none now.
Okay. And what was your total again?
12 D10 effect die.
12. Okay. So you will get a heroic success.
Okay. So does that would I get is that a D12 hero dice? Is that what it is, or would it be the D10? Or am I
It
misremembering how that
is. It's effective. It's equal to the effect die from my pool, so it's a D10.
Oh, okay. Roger that. Thank you.
Because I only got a 7 with an effect die of D10. So a D12 will be enough to knock out another D6. You release this crow at this teal car, and this crow like slams up against the outside of this car, where the windows have been rolled up, and looking inside, you don't see Electric Eddie anywhere. You do see what looks like the back seat kind of like be pulled up as if like it had been down just a moment before. You like see it close back into an upright position. Your guess is maybe Eddie ducked into the trunk?
Interesting. I think just to sort of like flavor like the strike that Freddy did as the crow kind of collides with the window, I think he like sinks these claws into the side of the car and just starts like dragging them through the metal as he goes all the way to the trunk, and he just kind of leans down and he says, "Why don't any of you fuckers know how to take no for an answer?" And he just kind of like stabs the second hand, sort of the claws into like the lid or the sort of the top of the trunk. Just to see if maybe he gets some kind of reaction from Eddie, but then that'll end his turn, essentially.
Yeah, you definitely hear him, "Ow, fucker!" Okay. Who's next?
And yeah, Patterson will jump in. So we got Cornelius with the pipe, and now we have Freddy at the trunk of the car beating the hell out of one of these guys. Anyone that hasn't been punished yet, I want to come up and clock right in the jaw with my knucks here. So I guess I want to build a pool of for distinctions. I want to go after what am I chasing after? 'Cause, I mean, I am, if nothing else, this baby's going to be with his mama. That's just non-negotiable. Roll's going to be roughneck and anger for emotions. So that's 2 D8s and a D6 and a D10 for my knuckles. 2 D8s.
Okay. I rolled another 1, if anybody wants to activate an opportunity.
Could we say like maybe just kind of in the chaos, something in the car got damaged, and so now there's like some kind of like fume or something that is starting to like spread throughout the parking lot. Maybe it's making it a little harder for people to see or something, or maybe it's even like causing people to cough and sputter, something that's making it more difficult for them to mount an effective resistance against Patterson in the case.
Or maybe flat tires so the car can't get away.
That could work too.
All right.
I'm not going to spend the plot point, so I'm not making that decision.
Yeah. Is somebody spending a plot point for that?
I've got 3 plot points I can spend. So yeah.
Oh
I'll
my
spend
God. Drink those
All right.
potions, Top Jason. Drink those potions.
That's why I'm trying to use mine. I've got 2 left too. I just already used one, so.
This is also.
Yeah, I'll use one for that.
Okay, thank you. It's also a D6.
So I see this playing out, like this exhaust is kind of like misting the air, like fogging up everything, right? And just the camera on my fist comes and it just connects with the man's jaw, the jaw, and immediately I grab him and throw him into the side of the car. So that's a 8, 9, 2, and a 2.
8, 9, 2, and 2. Okay. So if you put the 8 and 9 together, that would give you a 17. And
17 there.
you could use one of the 2 dice as an effect die.
Yeah, that D6. I'll use
D6?
as an effect
Okay.
die.
I only got a 12, so you will absolutely succeed. And you had a D6 effect die. That means it will not be enough to take them out of the battle entirely, but it will drop them from a D6 remaining to a D4 remaining. They're definitely against the wall.
Does he get a heroic die for that? I forgot how those come up.
What was his total again? What was your total, Jason?
17.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for catching it, Karen.
I have a heroic die. Okay.
And it will be at a D6.
D6. Did you ever know that you're my hero? All right. And I'm down to 2 plot points.
Okay. Anybody else going?
Remind me if we're using a hero dice, it's a plot point to use it, and it gets added to the 2 die total, right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Unless it rolls a 1.
Gotcha. All right. So, the way I'm kind of picturing this is at least somewhere out here, even though we're kind of beating these guys back, there is still like groupings of these guys, and I think Sam's just going to loosen this Duster trench coat up. He's got his he pulls his revolver from the shoulder holster, and he walks out purposefully in the midst of one of these groups of guys, and he's just going to kind of start throwing the tails of his Duster up around as they're kind of dancing around, and as it goes up and covers like one's face, he just under the arm puts this revolver point blank range and just starts firing as he's kind of moving in and out of these different groups here. I would like to, I think I have my dice pool built. The only question I have would be if I could use Roughneck in this situation, just kind of trying to muscle my way through what's happening here.
Yeah,
kind
absolutely.
of, I guess, putting myself in danger being in the midst of them like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that absolutely makes sense.
All right, so that's that. Let me make sure I got the right dice. Also, I'm using anger for this
Okay.
This roll because I think Sam is mad about them trying to take this child, but also very angry that they're destroying this hotel that has served him good coffee and pie. All right. Let's see. 15, 21 total.
Okay.
I do have a 1 on a D10.
Okay.
And then I have a D8 effect die.
I am not going to activate the hitch, but I got a 16, so you still got a heroic success from that. That one is at a D4, but
Alright.
it is a success, and you will absolutely get rid of their last remaining NPC die, which means that the rock-a-bye-byes are dealt with.
That means
So
your whole little rockabye thing is going bye-bye.
what is
Bye-bye.
what does that look like, Nathan? How do you finish off the rock-a-bye-byes?
I don't think that Sam I don't think that Sam knows how to dance as well as these guys, but I think the combination of the moves that Sam is doing currently and just their movements make it look like he's part of this choreography here. And just one guy after another goes down. I don't think Sam's necessarily aiming for kill shots, but he's taking knees out. He's shooting feet, and he's just dropping all these different guys behind him. And as they kind of fall and realize that was my dancing leg, now they've got to kind of crawl back to the cars and just start up. And I believe we said they had flat tires, so I don't know if they actually get the chance to leave.
Yeah, some of them are trying. They're, trying to peel out, having a hard time, controlling their cars. These beautiful white wall tires are now completely shredded as they try to drive off on the rims, except for one car. The Fury that Freddy is still kind of standing near the trunk of. Freddy, this car shakes. It makes like a rattling noise. And then it starts to actually change. It stands up. And you watch as two parts of it come out to the side. And there are these massive cannon arms on either side of this thing. And you can see behind like a windshield dome at the top of it, you can see Electric Eddie, kind of blood out of the corner of his mouth, looking down at you, and said, "You wanted to play with Teal Thunder? All right. Here I am." Who has not gone so far this turn and would like to? Cornelius?
I think everybody in the lobby has.
Yeah, everybody in the lobby has.
All the PCs have. Oh, okay.
the-
Well.
The birthing room.
Whoa. In the birthing room, yes. Is there anything that you two would like to try to do? Other than help Casey have a baby?
I'm pretty focused on helping her have the baby. I'm, breathing
Understood.
with her.
Understood.
Yeah, Opal is just focused on making some crampwood tea and getting some other herbs steeped so it makes the process easier.
I'm, was it sponging her forehead, to help her feel better, that kind of thing.
She is looking like wide-eyed from one of you to the other as she is like bearing down and wincing. He's supposed to hurt this much?
Health birth has never been easy. You've got this, girl. You've got this. Just breathe.
Ooh.
We definitely need to breathe. I have something that might take the edge off here. Samantha, can you just, help her drink this? This should help ease some of that pain a little bit.
Yeah, and Samantha would take the cup from you and would help between, contractions would help Casey drink a little bit of this.
Does it have alcohol in it? Because I really would like something with alcohol in it right now.
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry. It does not, but it does have herbs that help lower the intensity of the pain that you're feeling.
So like drugs?
Yes, like drugs.
She begins like drinking this tea like very quickly.
Take it easy.
She just shakes her head. Okay. Meanwhile, back outside, Electric Eddie has now fully formed Teal Thunder and is going to bring it around to bear. So it is going to be shooting its cannons, guns, at, let's see, there's 4 of you. Patterson and Cornelius. So I need both of you to please assemble a dice pool on how you're going to avoid the guns from this mech that is just formed.
If I wanted to expend this hero die in a way to push Cornelius out of the way, not Cornelius, you're raising your hand.
I'm actually digging through my dice, but I'm gonna be totally honest with you. You really don't have to. I'll be good. I'm just a little stressed. I can get shot. I've been shot before.
Yeah,
Been chewed out before.
I've been chewed out before. It'd be all right.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
All right. You want me to tell you all my things, or do you want me to just roll, Jeremy?
Please do. No, you don't have to tell me everything. Just if you need to or want to.
Nah, I mean, I say the same stuff pretty frequently here. Oh, okay. We are looking at a total of 14 with an effect die of a d12.
Okay. Jason, what you got?
I'm putting it together.
Okay, sure thing.
It occurred to me that I don't think I have to announce every little step of the way at this point in the process.
Not unless you just want to, or you need guidance or recommendations or something.
Just
I
that
didn't even use.
the
I didn't
hero.
even use my thing. Well, they're all dead. It's fucking. I was gonna say I didn't even use the hitch that I spent a plot point on.
So let's see. That's 7, 3, 4. So 9 and the 7 together, 16, and
Okay.
a D8 for an effect.
Okay. I actually ended up with a 17. So both of you are going to be caught in this. And take a D10 physical stress. This thing revs up these guns and starts firing like rapidly after one chamber after another. And we see like what looks like a shotgun blast come out of each one of these barrels. Both of you are kind of caught in this like shower of shrapnel. And one of you like looks down and realizes you have like a machine screw sticking out of your arm. Like, this is shooting like bolts and screws and like scrap metal pieces at you. It's also embedded in the walls of the motel behind you and the floor, the ground outside. And you can just hear Electric Eddie just going, run, you cockroaches.
So, okay. Can we take a second? Can you explain to me how physical stress works? I have a D10. So
Mhm.
what exactly does that mean?
So that means that if I wish to do so, I can activate it to add it to one of my future dice pools, giving you a plot point in return. But more importantly, it measures how close you are to being taken out of the scene. If you are at a D12 stress, either physical or mental, and that gets stepped up again, your character is taken out of the scene.
Okay. So essentially, I'm 2 steps from out.
From being removed from the scene. Yep.
Is there, okay, so removed from the scene, is there a death in this game?
So there's not like a hard-coded, like, your character dies. If in the situation your character being taken out of the scene means that they die because that makes the most sense and that's what you are comfortable with as a player, then that absolutely can be the case.
Okay.
But it doesn't have to be, which is nice. It kind of leaves it open.
Yeah, no, that is really cool. I think it's the first time I've taken any kind of stress at all, which is weird because we've been in some situations.
there has been some shit.
So yeah, just trying to get that part of the rules down.
Dude, absolutely. Cool. And again, like, take that with a grain of salt because I'm the one explaining this. So,
So
I know it ish. So, this car mech has just peppered the area, including mainly Patterson and Cornelius, in this blast of shrapnel with grape shot. And yeah, it's now the PC's turn. What are you going to do about this?
I think Freddy, as he watches this car transform and sees Cornelius and Patterson get blasted, I think, kind of despite himself, he feels like this chuckle kind of burbling within his throat. It's kind of this raspy, like, and he just lunges at this thing. And I think he's actually going to start climbing this car mech using his talons. And I'm going to burn a plot point here for my Bastion and Brawlin super strength. To perform a fantastic feat of strength. And I think what he would like to do, Jeremy, if he can, is I think he's going to use, again, kind of these iron claws to scale this thing. And he's going to try and push it over, essentially, like push it so that it collapses kind of onto its front. I got
Okay.
a 20 total with a D12 effect die, but I did get a 1
All right, let me see
on a
here.
D8.
And okay. You said a 21?
20 on a D12,
20.
and I got a 1 on a D8.
Okay. I'm gonna let the one ride for the time being.
Roger that.
I was only able to get a 19 for my dice
Ooh.
pool. So you eked out a success, and remind me again, sorry, your effect die was a D12?
Correct.
Okay. So you can step down his D12, or you can eliminate one of his D10.
Those D12s are kind of hard to get over for effect die, so I think I'm actually going to knock down his D12 to a D10. So now he'll have 3
Okay.
D10s.
3D10. Yep.
That way it'll hopefully be easier for the others to knock out all 3 of these. But yeah, then for the fantastic feat of strength, he will try to like just kind of shove this thing down onto the kind of the asphalt of the parking lot, if he can, if that is possible.
Yeah, it absolutely like tips over, and you hear that awful noise, that old metal cars actually make whenever they collide with concrete or asphalt. This kind of like grinding, scraping noise as the chrome and the beautiful teal finish are like all scratched up. Uh, and you hear him say, "Hey, watch the wax!"
I imagine like the crow is kind of like pecking and like scratching and scraping at like whatever sort of like cockpit Electric Eddie is in, as I think Freddy, without realizing it as he's laughing, I think his laughter sounds eerily similar to the cackling of the Dandy Man, actually, but he is just not aware of it. He is just so focused in this moment on taking this thing down, but that will end his turn.
All right, next. Or I can go again. I would prefer.
All right, I'll go. We're just gonna have to go at him. I don't really have much choice. That's not so bad. We're looking at a total of 18. Effect is a D8 though.
Okay. Best I can do is 13. You said an 18 is what you got?
Yes.
So that is a heroic success.
Ooh, buddy.
And that will be at a D12. Because that was my effect die. Okay, and what was your effect die?
D8.
D8. So one of his D10s will be stepped down to D8. You're wailing on the side of this like mech as it's down on the ground with your pipe wrench, and you're putting like sizable dents into the fender and the metal body of this car. But this is a well-made car, and it looks like it's probably been reinforced. It's not exactly off the showroom floor. All right. Anybody else?
Sam, get in here.
I think Sam will, in fact, get in there. In building my dice pool, though, I would like to argue to use my sage roll to look for some kind of weakness for this mech and attack that instead of just banging on the outer shell. Or, I'm looking for hoses, wires, anything I can pull like that to kind of hurt this more.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
I would also, on top of that, like to spend my plot point to initiate my new SFX for my home trait, and I'm gonna enact Pi CU. It says when I search for clues, so I don't know if it would apply here. It would normally let me roll my sage die a second time. We specifically wrote when I search for clues.
I mean, it's a similar tool set, a similar skill set, I would say. You're paying attention to small details, trying to see something beyond the larger picture. I'm fine with it.
I will roll with it then. That's kind of abysmal. I did get a 1.
Okay. I think I will activate that, so you'll get a plot point.
That was on a D8, if that matters.
Mm-hmm. Create a D8. Ooh, number 2. Okay. But wrong wire. You clip something, and it seems like it throws this thing into overdrive.
It's pretty fitting because I only got an 8 total.
Mhm.
It's probably not very hopeful with
Nope.
a D8 effect die.
I got an 18. So you are going to take... Woof. Okay, my effect die is a D12. When you cut this wire, you are like sprayed in the face with like some kind of like extremely hot like brake fluid or something like that. And I mean, you almost for a moment think that you might be blind, as you like stagger backwards, and only after like a moment do you realize you can see light, and you're starting to kind of like vaguely see the shapes of things. But this is scalding hot. Next.
Do I take stress from that?
You do, yes, it is on your screen. You have a D12 physical
Get hit again, Nathan.
stress.
Don't get again.
We're rolling close.
Right.
Freddy's fine.
Freddy's cackling like a maniac.
I mean,
This is great.
Weirdo.
He understands this.
I didn't
I mean,
realize how, like, is it offensive to say weirdo in this setting? Says the guy who wrote it.
Depends
I
if
don't
it's capital W weirdo or lowercase.
Whoa. You don't know the guy.
Are we talking about a hard W, Baron, or a soft?
I mean, we got Jason calling people knife ears, so.
Whoa. On this Christian TTRPG live play, get out of here.
We're always family friendly around here.
Oh yes,
Except
yes.
those damn dirty elves. I'm just kidding.
Jeez.
Get your hands off me, you damn dirty elf.
I think the only person that hasn't gone outside is Patterson.
Okay.
Yeah, Patterson's on the ground after being pummeled with that weird buckshot type, and there's no other sound except just ringing in his head, and as his vision clears, he's staring up, and Riley's there, but not Soldier Riley. Cancer patient Riley, silently screaming at Patterson, but Patterson can't hear what he's saying, but he can see the movement of his mouth. Run. And Patterson will roll to his side and push himself up with one arm. Is there cover anywhere, or is it just inside that I'll find the cover?
Probably just inside, unless you wanted to spend a plot point and create an asset of cover.
Yeah, I'll spend a plot point.
Or,
and
for that matter, you have an asset currently called Mist Opportunities, where the obscuring mist was kind of... It's not physical blockage, but it blocks the line of sight if you wanted to go that opportunity or that route.
Can I spend a plot point and have my truck?
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, I mean, pushing off with one knee, gravel digging in, he would lumber run and like fall in front of the four wheels of the back of his trailer. It kind of like leaned up against it and Reach has his pistol, and I want to see if I can get a clear shot at what is this bastard's name is piloting this thing?
Electric Eddie.
Fucking Electric Eddie. I want to see if I can. Is it possible to hold like an action until I get like a clear shot?
I don't think so in this game system.
Okay.
I don't remember
No,
anything
that's
about
cool.
holding actions. And it's
Okay,
kind of
that's cool.
it's kind of like loose and abstract about like the order of when this all happens anyways.
Yeah, no, Goosey's good. I imagine this is happening at the same time as he's everybody else is acting. So I want to see if I can get a clear shot from here that he's just not seeing this kind of angle. And I want to see if I can take out Electric Eddie, see if he'll slide right out of that cockpit.
Okay.
Another D6. Can I add the heroic dice?
You certainly can. Before you know the outcome, you spend a plot point and you can add it to your total, as long as it's not a 1.
Okay. So that would be I have 1 plot point left. No, this would be the last plot point. Shit, dropped it.
Game.
Okay, that dice says no. So okay, so 7 and a 5 is a 12 and a D8 as my
Okay.
effect.
All right. Unfortunately, I got a 19 with a D12.
Motherfucker.
Next die. So, what that's going to mean is that your D10 physical stress is going to be replaced with the D12. You line this shot up. You hold your pistol out. You kind of exhale, like long, controlled breath. And you wait. And then as soon as that opportunity presents itself, you fire. And just at that moment, he happens to like turn to try to deflect an attack from Freddy. And as he does so, your bullet ricochets off of what was the chrome bumper, but is now forming almost like an arm guard across his side. And it ricochets off, hits the asphalt, and actually comes up and shatters your taillight. And as it does so, the taillight glass like flies back at you, and you like just barely get your hand up as the glass kind of like cuts the lower part of your face and neck.
I wanna taunt the bastard.
Okay.
Like stand up from below my trailer and just unload all kinds of face slurs at this guy and run towards the front of my truck.
Okay. Who's next?
I think Patterson was the last outside person that hadn't gone this round.
Okay.
I think.
Back inside. Casey is continuing to push as the contractions get closer together, more intense, trying her best to follow the instructions of the more experienced women around her. All of you that are in this room, you notice as she starts to like really bear down during her very intense contractions, you actually notice that the view outside her window kind of changes. Like when she's like in it, when she's got like her teeth gritted together and is like just completely and totally tensed, you can actually see the sky has completely turned clear, open, and blue. Not a single cloud in the sky. And instead of there being desert, you see ocean for as far as you can see. And then whenever she lets up, it fades back into the way that it looked outside the window before. What is it? Why do you look worried?
Was that
Oh,
Casey?
Yeah.
It's fine, darling. It's fine. It's fine. It's nothing. It's just getting a little loud out there. The boys are starting to worry me a little bit. Samantha, do you think you can take our other friend in here and go check on that noise?
I mean, I can, but right now I'm protecting the room. Nobody else is getting in.
I'll go check on them, make sure that the boys are doing okay. How's that?
I don't like just you going.
What? Whatever do you mean, Opal? I thought that you and I were friends.
Ma'am, if it were up to me, I'd have slit your throat and fed you to a pig.
She kind of recoils, clutching her pearls, and looks at Samantha. Are you going to let her speak to me that way?
Listen, ma'am, we've got so much other things to deal with right now than the two of you fighting. Casey, dear, you're doing well. You're doing well. Papa Harlow, can you maybe go check on the boys?
Yeah, I think that maybe I can do that. Miss Rivers, why don't you come with me? And he's gonna like take her from the room.
Perfect. I wanted her gone.
Yeah.
And I knew she liked you. That's why I thought maybe you could take her out and then get back in, and she cannot come back in here.
I didn't want to leave Casey unprotected.
I understand you don't want to leave this lovely, lovely lady unprotected, but sometimes we have to make sacrifices. It would have only been for a moment. She's got my charms as well. She will be okay.
I think at that Samantha's like just side-eyeing you like, why are you trying to get rid of me too?
I don't like that look.
We
I
can
worry
discuss
more.
this later. Let's
That
help.
is fine. And
Okay.
just continue the encouragement. I'm sure with Samantha up by Casey's head, Opal's doing the coaching part here.
All right. We cut back outside. It is Teal Thunder's turn. It is going to pivot its legs like 180 degrees the other direction so that its knees are like towards the asphalt. And it then like contracts its legs in, pushes down, and is going to stand up back to its full height. And then the torso, the upper part, pivots back around 180 degrees to be facing the right direction. And it steps back several paces and is going to try once again to pepper. This time, it is going to be Freddy and Sam. Oh, wait. hold on. Patterson, you did say that you were particularly trying to draw this guy's attention. Okay.
He used the face slurs, Jeremy. The face
He
slurs.
did use face slurs.
Might as well lean into it.
All right. So it will be Freddie and Patterson. I need both of you to try to build a dice pool about how you are going to try to defend yourself.
Okay.
From shrapnel.
I think, again, I mean, when Freddie has fought in the past, I think there's always been kind of like this looseness to his movements, almost like a little bit of like an animalistic kind of thing. But I think because he is so much lighter now, like he's literally just wood and iron and straw at this point. I think almost like this horrible like spider. He's kind of like scuttling around Teal Thunder, trying to like stay on the car mech, getting out of the way of the guns. I got a 15 with a D12 effect die. I also did roll 1 on a D8. I don't know if that affects anything for a defending situation, but just so you have that.
No, it will not.
Okay.
It does mean, however, that he fails in his attack. And you said you had a D12?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you can eliminate either a D8 or a D10.
Get rid of one of those D10s. I think maybe he goes to like the place where like whatever sort of pipe or sort of inner workings burst that sprayed poor Sam with, scalding brake fluid. I think he goes back there and he sees something. He just like reaches in as he's scuttling around, rips out some essential piece of machinery, kind of waggles it in front of Electric Eddie, and then tosses it onto the parking lot and continues kind of scuttling around on this weird car robot.
There's that, classic like pew, 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 pew noise is like something powers down.
Yep.
No, 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 no. He kind of like says he's trying his best to correct whatever you've just done. Okay. That was his turn. So PCs.
I want to pop out and take a shot at him as this thing is like powering down. I rolled a 15 with a D8 effect dice.
15 with a D8. You got him. 15 over 13, so D8. So you can step down either his D10 or his D8.
Let's get that D8.
All right, so D8 will roll to D6. Yeah, you step out, fire shot. There's this kind of like spray. And again, you kind of see there's like a momentary like droop in the top like torso of this mech before Eddie kind of like scrambles around inside and crosses some wires, and it kind of repowers. But you can tell that this is having an effect.
Awesome.
Okay, who's next?
Freddie will go. I think sort of seeing this and feeling the mech finally starting to kind of like buckle a little bit. I do think he's actually going to take Nathan's suggestion in his chat here, this lovely side chat. I think he's going to try to pull Electric Eddie out of the cockpit. I think at this point, he is just, again, these claws that have allowed him to sort of stay on this thing, literally like ripping holes in the metal. He is going to try to stab them in to pull this goblin out, and hopefully this will maybe shut down this machine altogether. I got so many ones on this, Jeremy. So you got your pick here. I got 2 1s on 2 D8s and a 1 on a D12, which sucks because that was my highest effect die. But for a total, I got a 13 on a D10, or a 13 with a D10 effect die. Excuse me.
Okay. I am going to activate one of those ones so you can have a plot
That's
point.
fair. So many ones. Ridiculous.
going to then add a d10. Or I'm going to use that hitch to roll wrong wire from a d8 to a d10. Okay. What was your total again?
13 d10 effect die.
Okay. So I got an 18.
Ooh.
So, and my effect die is a d8. So, Freddy, you're going to take a d8 physical stress.
I am going to burn that lovely plot point that you just gave me to use an SFX. Let me make sure of the wording here. Yes, I'm going to step that down from whatever it was. I'm going to drop it down one step
Okay.
using my Man of Straw ability since it's from physical stress. So I think
Absolutely.
it would be a D6 potentially.
Yep. It'll go from a d8 down to a d6. As more of, the oil or something that is used to run this mech kind of like sprays and leaks out, you can tell that it would be hot. It would probably have burned you, similar to poor Sam, but there's just not that much flesh on you left. And more than anything, it just kind of like absorbs into your straw.
I think too, just for like a little added bit of flavor, I don't think he gave this back to Opal after the cornfield situation. He still has her Mima's shawl on him, which has sort of like the red and
Mhm.
purple like skulls. And I think, although he doesn't notice this because he's getting sprayed with this fluid, I think again the faces just twist into something that looks like either a crow or like the laughing face of the dandy man before fading back into the normal skull patterns as he is just so inundated with the weird. I think that's also part of the reason why he's able to step down that physical stress.
Okay. Who's next?
You want to go, Baron, or you want me to?
You can go ahead. I'll bring up the tail this time.
Alrighty. I think Sam is going to take a couple steps back. I don't know that. I don't think it's intentional. I think it's actually just kind of in reaction to this liquid being sprayed in his face. He kind of stumbles back, hands to his face, kind of trying to wipe this out of his face. I don't think he actually gets enough of it out to see this mech and where he's about to fire his revolver fully. I think he just kind of takes a breath and listens for the sounds of Freddy climbing around on the mech and takes a bead in that direction and fires. I built my dice pool. I got a 13 total. I'm going to use a plot point to use my Chi Mastery ability, which will allow me to step up my effect die for this attack. So it'll be a D12 attack effect die.
And what was your total again?
13.
Okay. So I got a 12, so you beat me by 1 point. And you got a D12 as an effect die?
Yes.
Okay, so then you can eliminate either his D6 or his D10.
I'm going to get rid of that D10 for sure.
Probably wise. All right, that means he has but a measly D6 remaining in his NPC dice.
And it's my turn. I think with that last shot, it breaks like the windshield that was protecting Eddie. Or did we manage to pull him out, or did Freddy
Not
get
yet.
hurt in the process?
No, he's definitely been injured, though.
I think that Cornelius like runs and like Dukes of Hazzard slides over the hood, and when he lands, he's gonna swing. I got an 18 total with a D8 effect die.
18 total. Okay. All I managed was an 11. So you absolutely will hit. You will get a heroic success at a D6. So make sure to record that.
So I slide across the hood of the car, pivot, smack him in the face with the wrench.
What was your effect die again?
D8.
D8. So you will absolutely be able to take Electric Eddie Cade out of the fight.
He dead.
Dead.
Or at least unconscious.
Hell yeah.
With that, Teal Thunder kind of halfway collapses to the side. Electric Eddie spills out onto the asphalt, not moving. A smirk still plastered across his face. And I think that's where we're going to take our break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. Go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, smoke them if you got them, kiss your spouse, etc., etc. And then we'll come back and finish the second part of session 4 of Nowhere to Hide. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the break. We are here back with our ongoing Cortex Prime game, Nowhere to Hide. You have just defeated the Rockabye-Byes, led by the goblin Electric Eddie, who was also piloting his car mech, Teal Thunder. While elsewhere, within the motel, Casey Allison is in the midst of labor. So, just about the time that the battle finishes outside, Papa Harlow approaches. Those of you who are outside, and you notice that there is a streak along Papa Harlow's temple that kind of starts almost like at the corner of his eye, and similar to what you saw inside Freddy, it kind of like triangulates away from that point, getting wider as it kind of goes towards the back of his head. And the hair on his head in that section is like cherub blonde and curly. I was just coming to check on y'all and make sure that everything is okay. You all look like you might be a little banged up, but everybody seems to be standing.
What's wrong with your hair?
I mean, what's wrong with my hair?
You got a little, kind of use a talon to kind of point where it is on his own weird, lumpy burlap head. Got a little blonde there.
Reaches his hand up and touches the kind of like ringed hair. Huh. I'll be damned.
What's
Yes.
going on? What is this?
Well, nowhere is. It's really the only place that I got left, to be honest. The only place where my power can still be useful. Where I'm able to manifest it for some form of good. You see, people just don't believe the way that they used to. Not in us, at least.
Who's us?
Well, the old gods. Argos like comes back around the dog and sits at Harlow's leg, and he reaches down and kind of pets him. And as he does so, he pulls his hand away. You see the wings that were present on Argos's paws disappear. And you see Harlow, his hand pulling away from Argos. You see a pair of leather sandals with wings on them.
Who are you, really?
Well, I've been known by a lot of different names throughout the ages that I've been around. Papa Legba for some, Hermes for others. But like I said, friends call me Papa Harlow, at least they do now.
I think Freddy's going to reach down. I imagine Electric Eddie is somewhere unconscious on the ground. He's going to just pick up this goblin, kind of sling him over his shoulder, and then kind of look to the others and say, I think we should go inside. I have some questions, some other questions, but he'll kind of look at Papa Harlow for a moment, not say anything, and then say, Is Casey all right? At least.
Seems to be for the time being. Opal and Samantha seem to be handling the situation. I'm glad that they're here, but I'm afraid that if you delay a lot longer, and he kind of like reaches up and touches his hair, there may not be much nowhere for you to come back to. When that baby is born, like I said, things will change. There'll be a shift. I don't know what lies on the other side of it.
Right. I think Freddy will kind of heft Electric Eddie on his shoulder, and he'll just start to kind of walk into the motel. I do think he'll kind of stop beside Papa Harlow and just ask, "You seen Knuckle Duster around?" This is one of his.
Figures, little shit. No, I ain't seen him in hours.
Well, maybe he can answer some questions too. And then he'll just walk back into the lobby.
Freddy, as you head back inside, you see like a section of the motel that has like a small, like a walkway or an alley or something like that that goes between two buildings. And when you look over there, you see that entire alleyway looks like it is filled with the dry stalks of corn.
Is there anything in the corn, or is it just the dry stalks in the
Nope,
alleyway?
just the dry stalks of corn, but they are swaying and moving as if there was a breeze, just the same as if you were in the middle of that cornfield.
I like to think just like cinematically as Freddy is looking at this, the crow that he summoned just kind of lands on his shoulder and kind of looks at him, and he meets these black eyes, these coal black eyes. Right. And he'll keep walking inside, I think, as the crow just kind of melts away in feathers and shadow.
Cornelius will go over to Sam, help you up off the ground. God damn, Sam. You ever look where you're shooting, you just throw the duster up and fire.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta shoot and ask questions later.
Right. I'll help you up, and I'm gonna go inside.
I need to get a moist towel for my face.
Yeah, you see Cornelius, holds his side where he was peppered by shotgun fire. You don't look so good. Patterson, you out there? You still breathing?
You'll hear a grunt, and if you like look over to the truck, I am leaned up against the passenger side front wheel, just bleeding from like half a dozen shot wounds, like smoking a cigarette, slowly breathing, eyes closed, just like, I'm still here.
I'll walk over to you, scoop you up under the armpit. You got another of those?
And I would reach in to my jacket pocket and pull out a red packet of cigarettes and hand you one.
Thanks, friend. I'll carry you inside.
All right. While inside, you will have a moment to rest, to try to use any kind of healing that you might have, to recover some of the stress that you have suffered. And then you're going to be ushered to mosey along.
I do think during this lull, Freddy is going to try to hopefully briefly talk to Papa Harlow. I imagine maybe, I don't know if there's rope in this place, but like, I don't know, a hose, wires, some implement to tie up Electric Eddie so he can't cause any trouble or anything. Then yeah, he will try to have just a brief moment with Papa Harlow if he can.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, you'll find him, at some point, kind of pacing back and forth again. He's kind of standing, looking at this section that is kind of this polished white marble, just kind of like standing there regarding it whenever you walk up.
Yeah, and I think he'll kind of watch the pacing for a few moments, and then I think actually for the first time since arriving at the Nowhere Motel Resort and Casino, I think Freddy reaches out and with one of these sort of articulated talons, just kind of like grabs Papa Harlow's shoulder, not enough to like pierce skin, but just enough to stop him from pacing. And he'll say, "These visions, these trials and tribulations we're supposed to overcome, can they affect now? Can they affect the future if they are in the past, if they are from our pasts?"
They certainly can. It's not always the case, but your minds, mortal as they are, have a difficult time separating fact from fiction whenever they're confronted with such overwhelmingly convincing argument. So, usually, the people that go through these things tend to manifest them into reality. You make it real.
I think as he's saying this, the grip of the talons is just slowly getting tighter and tighter, maybe starting to pierce through the fabric of his shirt. But I think Freddy, by the time Harlow's done speaking, he catches himself squeezing without meaning to, but he doesn't move his hand, and he'll say, "You got a phone?"
Certainly.
"I need to make a call."
Kind of gestures towards the front desk.
Okay. And yeah, he'll let go, just nod. And then I think he'll also kind of look at this weird scene that smells like olive oil, or that Patterson said smell like olive oil, and just shake his head. And then he's gonna go over to the phone. And I think he kind of stares at, I imagine just because everything in this hotel seems so like sort of out of time. It's like some kind of old like rotary phone. Like this is not the latest model of anything.
No, as a matter of fact, like whenever you pick it up, you realize you've actually seen this phone.
Oh.
It's actually the phone that was sitting on one of the end tables inside the Wagner home where you visited with Patterson.
Oh, in the Firefly Girls place?
Correct. Yep, in her family's farmhouse.
Just gets weirder and weirder. Yeah, and I think he's going to dial. I think he'll dial the number to the phone that he knows is in the house that he and Barbie lived in before all this mess happened. And he's going to see if his wife picks up the phone.
Roll me any die, evens or odds.
Oh, I do like odds. That's a 5 on a D12.
It rings. And it rings. And it rings. And then there is the sound of the receiver being picked up on the other end. Hello?
From the sound of her voice, does she sound because before making this bargain with the Crow Mother, Barbara was basically being eaten alive from the inside by this disease. She'd seen multiple doctors by that point. She was not. It was basically down to the wire. Like there were no other options. Or at least Freddie didn't think there were any other options. Does she sound sick when she answers the phone, or does it sound like she is still healthy?
She sounds healthier than the last time you saw her. Hello?
I think, although again there is no flesh, I think he feels this metal hand shake as he hears her voice, and he just says, "Hey, Barbie, it's Freddie. I got a little something in my throat, a little sick. Um, you sound great. How are you? How are you, baby?"
Well, I feel fine. Better, at least. I actually went for a walk earlier.
Good. Went out to the garden. I know you love that garden.
I did. I'm not quite feeling up to actually digging in the dirt yet, but I'm thinking about it. Where are you, Freddie? Where did you go?
Just on a trip, just trying to look for something. You know how I get. Sometimes you gotta wander a little bit. I get restless when I'm in one place for too long, but I'm trying to. And I think he kind of catches this awful distorted reflection of his face, maybe in like the countertop of the desk in the lobby. I'm just trying to find a way back, I guess. But it's a little difficult. I wanted to make sure you were okay, um, because that's what matters to me, at least.
Are you sure you're all right? Have you been drinking, Freddie?
No, I don't drink. Not a drinking sort.
Well, I don't know what you're up to, but I love you. And I hope wherever you are, you're being safe. I know you'll find your way home. You always do.
I love you too, baby. And yeah, I'm gonna make it back one way or another. Make it back, and maybe you and me will take a bit of a trip, huh? We'll go somewhere nice. Maybe somewhere by the ocean. It's been a while. You've been so tired, and things have been a little. I think he's like gripping the phone tighter and tighter. It's been a little difficult for you, and I just want you to know I'm thinking about you, and yeah, I'll be home soon, one way or another.
Well, Freddie, I am so lucky to have you in my corner.
Feelings mutual, baby. All right. And he's gonna lower the phone kind of on the receiver. And I think he's going to turn and he's going to try to go find Opal. But we can jump to someone else's scene. I don't want to bogart all the time here.
All right, while y'all are doing that, I am going to work on stepping down all of y'all's stress by 1 die type. Feel free to continue.
I think Sam goes to the dining area and makes some coffee, sees if he can scrounge up some pie. But while he does enjoy it, I don't think it's quite. If anybody else was in the room, I don't think they would see quite as much enjoyment from him as normal. He has this photo laid on the counter in front of him while he's drinking his coffee and eating this pie, and it's a photo that we've seen several times. It's just of a man, but they're definitely, the way this picture is taken, there should be somebody else in this photograph. But they're not here. There's the space for it. You know, the pose of the man is indicating someone else is there. And he's just staring at it. He thinks that he may know what's coming with his door. And he's currently contemplating on whether he should warn Samantha of what that might be, because it may involve her.
Anybody else?
I mean, if there's nothing else, I guess Freddy will kind of make his way back to the room, I guess, where Casey and Opal and Samantha are. I don't think he's going to enter, even though he very much wants to. I think he'll just kind of knock with one talon against the door. Everything all right in there?
I imagine you're greeted with another scream from Casey.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'll just wait out here then.
You just hear Opal. It'll be a minute or
That's-
few.
Take your time. Take your time. Yeah, he'll wait. Just kind of lean up against the wall.
After a bit, like the contractions kind of subside, and it looks like she's kind of in a lull period. And it seems like it's not going to happen right now.
So it's a little quiet in there. I mean, just kind of thinks about it. Probably shouldn't go in looking the way he does. Opal, can you spare a moment? Or is this just the calm before the storm again?
I think what Freddy hears is movement. And Opal is actually going to go to Samantha and she's going to be like, I think he needs something here. And she's going to give you 2 separate teacups. And inside each teacup are these like little pouches of cheesecloth, and they're each filled with something different. She goes, this one, and she points to the left one. This one is the cramp bark. This is what is helping her right now. This one, and she points to it, she's like, this has things like skullcap and catnip and things like that. That will help the process later. I need you to not mix these up. And she's like, I'm gonna put this on the other table. And this way, just make sure she takes this. She might be able to get a little bit of rest.
All right, I can do that.
Perfect. We've got this. We
I got
can do
this.
this.
Yeah, and I think
not worry.
she would pat Casey's hand. We've got this. You've got this.
And much like Opal's grandmother used to do, she will move to Casey and press a small kiss to her forehead before she walks out the door. And, you know, she's got a towel wiping her hands off, and she kind of leans against the door.
You all right?
Oh, I'm not the one doing all the hard work.
This is yours. And he's going to pull off your Mima's shawl, and he's going to, trying not to tear it with these claws, and he'll kind of offer it back to you on one talon.
She just kind of pushes it back. I can make my own, sweetheart. It's fine. Just you keep it. If you make it back to your lady at home, give it to her.
Probably won't do that if I do make it back. I don't want anything more to do with the weird if I somehow make it out the other side of this thing. Where's the book?
And why is that? Why do you want the book again? That's what got you into this trouble in the first place.
Because I want to make sure you're not going to do anything. Because I just spoke to her, to Barbie, and she is fine for now. I don't want you trying anything else. You said it in the cornfield. You couldn't guarantee what would happen. She's fine now. I want her to stay fine.
Then don't go back.
And I trust you to not meddle, Opal, with that book. Use it in your own good health, fine. But not with me. Definitely not with Barbara. Keep it to yourself.
I will do what I must.
That's not good enough. I need to hear you say it.
I need you to calm down. My little scarecrow.
I think he leans
I'm going back in the room now.
He leans in Opal and he says, "Oh, I am calm. Opie, I need to hear you say it. That you will not meddle. Things are fine now. I'm fine with them being this way."
That's fine.
Say the words.
My darling, you are not my daddy. You are not my papa, and you are not my mama.
No, I'm not.
What
But
are you
this is
gonna do?
important.
Are you gonna hit me?
I don't want to, but I would do anything for my wife.
That's fine. You did. You did quite a bit for your wife.
I know.
Let me see if I can do something for the both of you.
I don't want you doing anything for me or for her. In fact, I think he's going to pull the shawl off again. He just drops it on the ground. I don't want anything more to do with any of this.
That's truly sad, my dear. Refusing a gift like that.
Try to give
Just
it back.
get you into more trouble.
Try to be polite. I'm trying to be polite still. I just need to hear you say it, Opal.
Oh, my dear, you are not being polite, because if you were being polite, you would leave me to my own devices.
I want you to be left to your own devices, Opal. I just need to hear you say that you're not going to tamper with me or my wife. I don't need any more of your help. I appreciate what you've given me, do, genuinely, but no more. I've learned my lesson. I learned what I came here to learn. Please.
Opal doesn't say another word. She only reaches out and she very gently pats what are now iron talons. And then she turns and she goes back into the room because she cannot make that promise.
The
Well,
moment that she closes the door
mm-hmm.
in the hallway, Freddy,
Mm-hmm.
the ground beneath your feet like shudders, and right in front of your eyes, a 4-foot by 4-foot section of it all of a sudden becomes a concrete sidewalk and like a well-manicured lawn. And there's a mailbox that is halfway sticking out of the wall beside the door now.
I think Freddie looks at the mailbox. Is there a name on that mailbox, Jeremy?
Yeah. Yeah, it says McCormick.
I think there's this moment where in previous fights, even during the fight with the Greasers and Electric Eddie, Freddy has used his anger as this thing he can kind of flip on and off like a light switch. And I think in this moment, he loses control and he rips the mailbox out of the wall and proceeds to smash the mailbox against the door until the door is just kindling like some kind of wild animal. And as the door collapses, Opal, he looks right at you with these kind of golden eyes, the color of a cornfield at sunset, and he says, "That was a mistake. I'm going to give you one more chance, Opal. When all this is said and done, you're going to say those words one way or another." And he's going to turn, dropping the remains of the McCormick family's mailbox on the ground, and he is going to walk back out to the lobby.
I'm
Once
glad you
again,
chose to
Opal
go
doesn't say
outside.
a word. Opal doesn't say a word. She just like there's this very puzzled look on her face. And she just kind of rolls her eyes. I don't know what is wrong with that boy.
His head is just full of straw.
Not wrong. Currently. Might have had one too many fights.
Okay. So, we have rested up as much as we can. There is a lull, it seems, in the birth of this child. Casey has fallen asleep / passed out, is resting. Harlow has come back into the room, and he turns to the two of you that are still in the room, and he says, "All right, now, I think it's time that you get on your way. There's still a lot to be done, and they're going to need your help. Some of them looked a little rough. And some of you," and he kind of looks at you, Samantha, "still got a hurdle to cross."
Papa Harlow, can I ask one favor?
If it's mine to give, I'll do so gladly.
Don't let Miss Rivers or anyone else back in this room. Only you.
He nods. "Argos." He kind of like gives a whistle. Argos comes plodding down the hallway, and he looks at the door, and he says, "Guard." And Argos turns around and sits down just outside the door.
I think with that, seeing Casey kind of in maybe a somewhat like drugged sleep, having had the last cup of tea that Opal had just given her, resting a little bit peacefully. Samantha with sad eyes just kind of gives her a last glance and then turns and looks up at Papa Harlow and kind of nods before stepping out. And as she does so, she kind of just leans down and gives Argos a couple of scritches. "You're a good dog," before she walks out to the rest of them.
Oof. He kind of gives an encouraged woof.
Before Opal leaves, she looks at Papa Harlow. Is it too selfish to wish to help someone out of their current predicament?
Selfish? No, I don't think I could call it selfish. But if I've learned one thing in my time as an overseer of crossroads and doors, you can only ever show someone a door. You can only show them what might lie ahead in any given direction on the crossroad. But you can't move them there yourself. They have to make the choice. The only way that it works. If they're forced into it, it never ends well for anybody.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't get him to drink.
Another favorite phrase of mine.
Is what's happened to Freddy reversible?
You know, I'm not very familiar with the Corn Mother. Little I do know is that she is not the forgiving sort. She very rarely goes back on her promises. I do believe that Mr. Bogart probably has found himself in an inescapable situation.
If that's the case, and she moves to step out of the door, she grabs her memo shawl from the floor, very gently folds it up, and she offers it to Papa Harlow. If that is truly the case, which I'm gonna see what I can do. I know he's upset about that, but I might as well look. Can you make sure his wife gets this?
He kind of like looks at it for a long moment and then looks up at you, and you can see that it's something he doesn't know that he can commit to. But then you see like a dawning realization behind his eyes, and he looks over at Casey, and then he looks back at you and he nods. I think I can arrange that.
If there must be a price, please take it from me.
Not worried about the price, Opal. Like I said, if it was mine to give, I'd gladly do so. But, to be honest with you, I don't know what of Nowhere is going to be here when you get back. And that includes me.
Well, I will try to make sure that you stay as well.
All right. You better get on now.
We'll keep it here. At least we'll try. And if we have to, maybe one of us will take a spot. I think with that, that's when she walks out, and as she passes Argo, she fluffs his head and his ears, and she kind of bends over and presses her nose to his. And she joins the group.
All right.
At some point, on our way to our next doorway, or in the process of deciding exactly where we're going, what door we're going through, I think Sam is going to kind of pull Samantha to the side a bit, if she'll have it, and pass her this photo that he's been carrying around for the last 10 years.
So I think Samantha doesn't resist you when you pull her away. But the moment you put that photo into her hand and she looks down at it, all color in her face drains. And I want to say she passes, she faints. She does that. Oh, but in the as she falls to the ground after seeing it.
Sam would attempt to catch you. Hopefully that works, but at least attempt it. And then I guess kind of like maybe even take the photo like back from your hands and like fan you until you start to come to again.
Yeah, I think it takes a bit, which she eventually, of course, comes back. She's a little shaky, and she just looks at you, and her eyes are terrified. Like she looks at you fearfully. Why do you have that?
You're Samantha Green, are you not? And this, I assume, is your husband.
That doesn't answer my question. Why do you have this?
I've been looking for both you and your husband's killer for the past 10 years.
Ten years?
10 years. It's plagued me, to say the least, for 10 years at this point.
Hmm. My killer?
Your killer?
You just said my husband and my killer you've been searching for 10 years.
I've been searching for you and for you yourself, as well as your husband's killer. You
So I'm not dead.
Well, I mean, you're here in front of me. As far as I know, you just vanished the night of your husband's death. Or murder, rather.
I think she starts to squirm a little bit. Why?
I was the agent assigned to the case, and it went nowhere. But it's stuck with me, the weirdness that it brought on and the tracks that changed direction inside the house and you disappearing from this photo, and taps the picture he's been carrying around. You were in this picture when I took it. When I took it from the home, I took it so that I could remember your face when I found you, and gradually over time you vanished from this.
I don't know what you're trying to say, sir. But now that you've found me, what are you going to do?
I have no idea at this point, and I don't know that I don't know that that decision is relevant at the moment. I'm more bringing this to your attention now because at the direction things are going for everyone else, my door may involve this case. What that means for you, whether that's finding the answer to your husband's murder, I don't know. But I figured it's better if we're helping everybody with our doors and our crossroads. I figure it's better for you not to go in cold if it does happen to involve you.
She looks down at her hands, which are in her lap, and she's wringing her hands. Like you can now see, like she's just like constantly just like rubbing and wringing them. And now she's looking at them, and she doesn't look back up at you. She won't meet your gaze, but she's like, "Thank you for telling me.
Ho-
Thank you, thank you."
One more question. Why
Mm.
were you so surprised that it's been 10 years? Have you not been missing for 10 years?
I um did, I I'm only 24. I wasn't married 10 years ago.
How long ago were you married?
Yesterday? I mean, you mean when did I first get married? 3 years ago?
I think it's Sam's turn to be fully and truthfully taken aback, and I don't know that he knows what to say at this point. If I've been looking for you, trying to figure out where you disappeared to, as well as trying to bring closure to your husband's murder for 10 years, and it seems that it's been like significantly less for you.
My husband's dead?
Yes.
10 years ago? Mr. Wolf, sir, I don't understand what is going on. I don't know what to tell you.
Perhaps we can discuss this more later when we have less pressing issues, and maybe this place will bring some more clarity to this, because I also don't know what's going on. I haven't for 10 years now, and he kind of gives like a nervous chuckle.
I think she nervously chuckles back. Yeah, clarity. Right. Okay. Maybe we should go back to the others.
Sam just nods.
Samantha, on your way back to rejoining the group, you catch a glimpse out of another window. And you see again the ocean. But you can see like a shoreline that very quickly like rises in elevation to like an enormous mountain. And on top of this mountain is like a complex of golden palaces that have like waterfalls. It looks like paradise.
I think the glance, like the I lost the word, whatever it means, when you see the glance of it, that would stop her cold, and she would look out the window, or at least try to look out the window, to stare at it more.
Yeah, as you kind of move over to get a better look, it looks like this heavenly palatial compound made of like gold and gleaming marble. And you can see that it looks like there are cracks that are kind of like forming in it. and like pieces of like the columns and things that are like holding it up seem to like fall away as you're watching into the sea below.
I think Samantha is like mesmerized by this look. Like she's not gonna, like, if Sam kept walking, like she's stopped and she's going to stay there until either it stops or somebody gets her. But she's mesmerized by what she's seeing.
I think it would probably only take a few seconds before Sam notices that Sam's not behind him. And considering the conversation they just had, I think maybe Sam assumes that you've kind of stopped because of that conversation. And we'll give you a few more seconds and then just kind of take a few steps back to check on you. Are you all right?
You see it too.
I think this is the first time Sam notices it then, if he sees it as well.
Yeah, it's there.
The ocean, the
looks-
palace. It's beautiful.
Where the hell are we?
Samantha doesn't answer you. She has no answer for you.
I I think similarly to Samantha, this stops Sam in his tracks for another extended few seconds before he just kind of closes his eyes and shakes his head. We have to, we have things that we have to do. We can't just stare at what could be. We need to catch up to the others, Samantha.
She reluctantly turns to go with you.
What's the group?
I think she follows behind you, though. Like she's not going to walk beside you. She walks behind you.
Once the group reconvenes, you gather near a door, the key of the herald in your hands. Again, these two intertwined snakes with wings of their own extending off of its golden haft. You open the door and step through. And as you step through, you are in, like, utter darkness. The door slams behind you with the sound of, like, rattling metal. And looking back, you realize that you've just stepped out of, like, a steel elevator. And you are deep underground. Cornelius, you know exactly where you are. The smell here is very familiar to you. You have stepped off of this elevator many times before. What are you going to do?
I disembark the elevator, and to the right, there is like a line of hooks. There is a line of like lanterns that are, I can't remember the mineral, but you like mix it and it starts to glow. I begin handing these to everybody. There's pickaxes if you want it. I take my own. Kind of like pull the Leviticus tool pouch a little bit tighter. But there's a little cage in which we see a little bird. I pick it up, it chirps, take a little crumb of cracker from my pocket and put it in its cage, and I turn to everyone. If he dies, we die.
Opal just nods because it's like she's been told about this before. This seems kind of familiar to her.
And I think this is where it maybe gets a little like comical, but I think there's actually like a something on his helmet that comes off, and he just hangs this bird.
The bird cage.
Yep, from a little hook off the side of his hard hat.
How are the
Pointing
rest of
this-
you, reacting to finding yourself in what you are now likely to assume to be a coal mine?
I think maybe there was a sigh of relief that actually came from Samantha when she found herself in a coal mine. She seems a little distracted, but yeah.
I think Freddy is similarly distracted for different reasons. But I think he's standing relatively like close-ish to you, Cornelius, since obviously you seem to know what's going on. There will be some kind of, maybe not a confrontation, but there will be something that you will have to deal with, and he just wants to be somewhat nearby. Yeah, I think he's just looking for just these kind of golden eyes gleaming wetly in the dark. I think he will actually say, he'll just kind of like glance to you for a brief moment, Cornelius, and say, you have any idea what it is we should expect down here apart from, typical mine things? Anything that you think will be down here for you to confront?
Well, first of all, sarcastically, Cornelius says, "What are typical mine things?"
Cave-ins, or
But
I don't know.
with that being said, that does lead me into my question, Jeremy. Do I have a context of where I am, when I am, or what I'm doing?
So when,
Am I working?
not so much.
I mean, yeah, we're underground. That's why I'm concerned. It's just like it's dark, but I don't know if
Yeah.
there's like this brings back a nostalgia or deja vu.
So again, like, it's difficult to discern like when you might actually be, because this would be like a very old part of this mine, like probably one of the initial portions of it. And again, you've been here many, many times, so it's definitely like familiar ground. You know where you are. So like if you wanted to head in a specific direction, like you certainly could.
I guess my question is like, like deja vu specifically, where it's like getting off this elevator, passing out the gear, turning to everyone saying, does that seem familiar to me as something that I've done before? Not out of routine, but out of like, ooh, this is weird for me even.
So, yeah, it's probably not the first time that you have brought a group down here, handed out gear, and headed off in this manner. This particular group of people would be the thing that is different, that is new.
All right. Well, then, using my best judgment, I'm gonna lead us to where I think something would happen.
I think Sam's kind of taking this in stride. He obviously doesn't know what to expect when we walk through these doors, but I think at this point we've been through enough to know that it's gonna be weird no matter what. And I think when Cornelius grabs lanterns and starts passing stuff out, I think Sam takes a pickaxe if there's extra, just in case.
So. I think there's even a moment where we see Cornelius swap out the pipe wrench for a miner's pickaxe from the tool pouch, where they kind of just disappear into the tool bag and pull out a different tool.
You equip yourselves, and Cornelius turns and begins to head off in a direction. I imagine that it's the kind of situation where after 2 minutes, 3 minutes, most of you are fairly confident that you would probably not be able to find your way back to the elevator that you were just at. It's the kind of situation where you're like, you can see because of the lanterns that you've got, but like all of the walls kind of start to look the same. You know, the rock is all kind of the same color. You see, like, everything is kind of covered with this black, like, sooty looking powder. And you kind of realize that without Cornelius, you would probably be lost down here. And about that time, Cornelius's lantern kind of turns around to kind of check on all of you and have you, catch up to him or whatnot. And then he turns back around and we see illuminated a face as a person like comes the other direction up the tunnel. An older looking man, stooped with age, a white beard, hat kind of crooked on his head. Cornelius, this is Levi Bradburn, born Leviticus, your father. As he appears in your lantern light and then, like, keeps walking straight into you, he passes through you. Wrong way.
Wrong. Paul, where are you headed? Paul, come back.
Gotta be back this direction. It's gotta be back this way.
What do you... We just came from that way. Where are you going?
You turn
What are you doing
around,
here?
your lantern light kind of like casts across him, and you realize that you can see through him.
And there's like a visible slump of Cornelius's shoulders. He kind of like maybe even shakes his head. I think he's going to turn around and keep walking.
I forgot something.
I
We
can't-
hear the music playing from Nowhere as California Dreamin' by the Mamas and the Papas begins playing. You turn and you keep walking. The rest of you saw this. You heard this. You saw this man, and this exchange happen between him and Cornelius. But as you watched, he just disappeared.
Cornelius, not to be a dick.
Then don't.
Well, I'm just asking.
Maybe
You're-
don't.
Your pa, was he alive before you came here? Before you came to Nowhere?
No,
Do you know? Oh,
he
shit.
wasn't.
Right.
But then again, that man had a way of running away from his problems. And I'm just like walking.
Fair enough. Just keep following.
Cornelius, you turn and stalk away with a determination. You make a turn, and as you do so, you come upon a door. There definitely wasn't a door here before. And at first, it's more of just like an insult. The fact that, you weren't expecting this here, and now it's standing right in front of you, blocking your way forward. And this is like a wooden door from inside of a house. It's got like the rectangular paneling on it. It's got like a handle that has no keyhole. Definitely doesn't look like it belongs here.
I mean, to be honest, Cornelius is kind of now in his head, and as he like stalks forward, the irritation of the door now being here, like, oh, now there's a door here. I don't think he thinks about it. He just opens it and walks through the door.
You open it and you step through, and you find yourself in your family living room from when you were a child. Your father, Levi, is a much younger man, probably closer to your actual age, sitting at the table, engaging in some form of hobby or interest that he had as a younger man. What is that interest? What is that hobby that he's doing?
He was attempted watchcrafting, like watchmaking, but I think ultimately he had to give it up because of an injury or something. So this might be pre-injury, so he's still in the passion of it.
Definitely. He's got, his little jeweler's lens, like, held in the crook of his eye. And he's got, the one set of tweezers that he managed to actually purchase. And he's got this watch kind of taken apart. Corny, is that you?
Yeah, Paul. It's me.
Thought I told you not to dawdle. Once it's dark, I want you home.
I'm sorry, Paul. I won't let it happen again.
Cornelius. There's dangerous things out there in the dark. You're still young. You just don't want you to get in trouble, is all. Those boys you hang out with, they're trouble.
They're not all bad.
Come here. Come look at this.
I'll go over there.
And he proceeds to kind of like talk to you about what's going on with this watch. The particulars about the gears that he's found inside. The rest of you see the older gentleman from the mine corridors just before kind of steps through the wall and is standing at the edge of the room kind of watching this transpire. And whenever you look, Cornelius is a boy.
A little corn.
When he was just an ear of corn.
Just a kernel.
Just a kernel of corn. So
He's
real
just a
quick, Jeremy.
kernel.
So we're seeing like this spectral older version of Cornelius's father, and then we're also seeing sort of the vision version, like the younger version with younger Cornelius. Is that correct? So we're
Correct.
seeing two of each. Okay. Just
Correct.
want to make
Yep.
sure I understood.
And this older man kind of starts to step forward towards your group where the older Cornelius is still kind of standing. Cornelius?
Yeah, Dad.
What are you doing here?
There's something I've been sent here to find.
Well, I know these mines like the back of my hand. Do you think maybe I can help you find it?
That's the problem, Pa. I don't really rightly know what I'm looking for. And I know you always said if you're going down into the mines, you should go down with a purpose and intent and know what you were there to do. But unfortunately, that wasn't necessarily the way this was set up.
He reaches a hand out, and just like I imagine Cornelius, these hands are large. The knuckles are swollen from swinging a pickaxe for decades. And he puts his hand on your shoulder. You always have to have a purpose, Cornelius. You need direction, son.
Yeah. I just haven't had that since you went away.
As if on cue, his hand passes through your shoulder. And you realize parts of him are see-through again. Not again. It's not here. It's not here. And he turns and he walks away and passes through the wall. And as you do so, as he does so, you find yourselves back inside of a dark, empty mine shaft.
How's our little bird friend doing?
Still chirping.
Good. We're still alive.
This scene, you are going to be dealing with the Vanishing Miner. He has a D12 Family Matters, a D10 I'm a Coal Man, a D10 Melancholia, and then 2 D8s and 2 D6s for his NPC dice. So, this is obviously not going to quite be a combat, but you are still going to have to work through his dice.
Everyone beats the shit out of my dad.
Come here, ghost dad.
Patterson comes out, guns blasting.
Tell you, old man. Yeah,
I thought that's
Sam,
why we brought the
Duster and
pickaxes.
shoots him. Sam, what the fuck, dude?
You found what you're looking for. Death.
Blam.
Duster, revolver. Duster, revolver.
Revolver.
Jesus, Sam.
Pocket
Jesus
pickaxe.
Christ. Pickaxe. You killed my dad.
All right. So, I'm going to open the floor for PCs in whatever order that you wish. How are we going to help Levi Bradburn not vanish?
To me, if I was understanding what was happening correctly, it kind of sounded like maybe he was looking for something.
Mm-hmm.
So, while not exactly necessarily worded this way, I do have super sense. I don't think. Oh yeah, I still get the die for it. I'm not going to spend the PowerPoint to get the extra effect from it, but I am going to invoke my super sensibility, which essentially gives me better sight. So I'm going to build my die pool real quick. And that. And I think maybe Sage would fit this kind of searching and using my intellect to try to figure out what's being searched for here and what would potentially help keep this visage from disappearing.
Okay. Certainly.
And I think that's all I have. That's a 10 total and a D6 effect die.
10 total. Okay, I rolled a 1. So if anybody wants to spend a plot point to nab that opportunity, they may do so. Barring that.
I'll spend one.
Okay.
Since we're trying to talk him down, quote unquote,
Mhm.
maybe it could be a way to get him to give us more information about what he's looking for.
Okay.
Nervous mumblings.
Yeah, nervous mumblies.
Minor mumblings.
Loquacious Levi. All right. Excellent, excellent. Okay, so what was your total again, Nathan? Sorry.
A 10.
10. That beats my 9. And what was your effect die again?
D6.
D6. Okay, so you can knock down, or step down, rather, one of the D6s or one of the D8s.
I'll knock down one of the D8s.
Alrighty. Let's see. Do that one and... Okay. You kind of like go back over this brief snippet that you just saw using your analytical mind, the way that you do as a detective. You kind of go back over the scene that you just witnessed, trying to comb for more details. And you realize that he seemed to be the most corporeal, the most solid, when he was watching the exchange that the younger versions of him and Cornelius were having.
I think we might. I think this mine might be full of memories. I think we might need to find your next memory down here. If we want to keep whatever that is where we can see it.
Well, I'll go then. I did drop my distinction to a hinder. My what are you chasing after?
Okay.
And my character has no fucking clue. So we dropped that from a D8 to D4 to get a plot point.
Yep, absolutely.
On rolling, no ones, a lot of 2s, but no ones. Looking at a total of 13 with a D10 effect die.
All right. What is the approach? What are you attempting here?
So as Sam relays, hey, this might be memories. There's kind of like a weird amalgamation of approaches that Cornelius takes because he's looking for his dad, and I think there's probably maybe a couple years when Cornelius was a minor that he and his dad worked together. So there's an essence of that, but there's a larger essence of this coming from the Dust and Steel rebellions, because there's a good portion of that war that he fought underground. So he's kind of taken the kind of like search, scan, clear, search, scan, clear. We're trying to just like move through these tunnels with brutal effectiveness to look for where the heck we're supposed to go. So there's very much like a soldier lens over top of some deeper memories there.
All right. I did roll another 1. If anybody wants to activate that opportunity, you could bump Loquacious Levi from a D8 to a D10, or you could establish a new.
I've got 3 plot points. Let's bump that one up to a D10.
All right. Just not a D10.
He's just fucking yelling.
This is what I need.
This is what I'm looking for. Perfect. We'll find it.
Have you found it yet? Okay. What was your total again?
My total was 13, effective D10.
Okay, so that is 5 higher, so that will be a heroic success. You will get a D6 hero die. Unless you already have a D6.
I already have a D6.
Okay.
Do you hold on? Because I have a D6 and I have a D12 right now.
Yeah. Yeah, you hold on to them until you spend them. But that's
where you pay a plot point before you figure out the results of the roll.
Yeah, before I tell you the outcome. So like after you roll, then you can roll that die and add it to your total.
Got
it. So the second D6 becomes a D4 instead. So you have a D12, a D6, and a D4. hero die.
Gotcha.
Okay, it is a success. What was your effect die again?
D10.
Okay, so you can actually eliminate any one of his dice. He's got
We'll
a
get
D8 or
rid of
3d6s.
that D8.
Okay. Blammo. He's got 3d6 remaining. You turn down a corridor, and all of a sudden you find yourself back in the days when you and Levi were working side by side. Looking down, you actually see the pickaxe in your hand is almost brand new. It's been, refurbished. It's got a new handle to it. Sorry, Rain, what?
Nothing.
No, nothing. Okay. A somewhat younger Levi, but older than the watch scene, kind of moves over to you and says, "All right, now what I want you to understand is whenever you go to swing, keep your stance wide, keep your stance low. Lower your center of gravity is, the less likely you are to fall on your ass. Go ahead and show me."
Yeah.
Not bad, not bad, not bad. We might make a miner out of you yet. He kind of tousles your hair.
You think I'll get to work with you, Dad?
You already are, son.
I guess I am.
Don't know that you're going to be able to keep pace. He says he kind of like tests you and then moves over to another spot and starts swinging his own pickaxe.
Oh, I'll keep pace. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We see the older spectral form of Cornelius kind of standing amongst the group of you, watching along with you, kind of nodding. Well, sure were good days. Or a few of them at least.
About as good as it can get when you're working underground.
It's not the noblest of professions, I give you that, Cornelius, but
It ain't much, but it was honest work.
it was honest work. Kept us fed, clothes on your back, roof over your head. You didn't go without much. Well, maybe not much. And he kind of like hangs his head for a second, and then he starts to fade from view again. Who's next?
I'd like to maybe jump in before he disappears. With a bunch of Samanthas around the room, they're all talking at him, trying to use her charm to figure out his desire and what he's looking for. So those are my three things.
Looking for me.
Don't forget, you have the asset of Loquacious Levi if anybody wants to activate it. You just have to spend a plot point.
I will spend a plot point to activate it because I want him to talk. I want him to talk to me. That's the whole point of. Thank you for reminding me because I forgot that that's what I wanted to do.
What I'm here for.
Oh, well, that's lovely. I got 0 ones, no ones, but I rolled really high on all my dice. So that's going to be, what do I want to take? We'll take the 21 as a total.
Okay.
With a D8 effect die.
Okay. So
he's like surrounded by all these, Samanthas all talking at him, trying to charm him.
you got a 21?
I got 21. I rolled an 11 and a 10.
So I got a 9. So you got a double heroic success. So the other dice that I have in my dice pool are both D6s. So you would get a D6 and a D4 hero die. And then remind me one more time. Sorry. What is your effect die?
A D8.
D8. So you can eliminate
I will
outright one of
do
his
so.
D6s. Okay. What are these, this multitude of Samantha's saying? They're trying to coax out of him what it is he's looking for?
Yeah, she's basically like I can tell you're looking for something. Maybe I can help. Just let me know what it is and we'll help you do that. You seem like a nice man. She's because he is searching for something. So she's using that to try to get to his desire of what he's searching for.
You see, a part of him remains more opaque than the rest. As he kind of lingers for a moment. I'm looking for my purpose. I'm looking for my
I
reason.
completely understand that. I am too.
After so many years of doing the same thing, working my hands to a bloody mess, blisters on blisters. I can't stand up straight anymore. My back hurts all the time. My eyes are not used to the daylight anymore. Every time I cough up blood. Gave everything to this damn job. There's nothing of me left. There's nothing of me left. He looks up at you, Samantha, with this kind of sadness on his face and fades from view. Who's next?
I think after hearing that interaction, I think Freddie will just kind of wordlessly, as the group continues to kind of search for these places where this spectral Levi manifests, I think he's just going to focus less on figuring out the path that we're taking and more just like following the others and if need be moving like chunks of debris aside. I mean, he knows what he's good at. You know what I mean? Maybe this is his purpose in this particular situation. Yeah, I think he's a little. I don't imagine he brushed up against many like miners, you know what I mean, or like laborers essentially when he was sort of out in elsewhere. So I think he's a little maybe not shocked, but he's a little kind of taken aback by just how brutal and soul crushing this sounds. So I think there's almost this reverence to the way he sort of like shifts debris aside, because he knows like even if this is just a memory, like people have dedicated their whole lives to places like this, and their reward was all of this pain. So I did roll a 1 on D8, Jeremy, but I got a 13 with a D8 effect die, different D8. So I know we can't use dice where we got a 1 as an effect die.
What was the die that you got a 1 on again?
A D8.
D8, okay. I am going to bring up a complication.
Grease everywhere.
You get a grease everywhere again. So you will get a plot point.
It really was everywhere. It was even down here.
My God.
All right, D8, and this is going to be okay. Where's the I'm gonna put it as a weakened canary. The canary in the cage that's hanging from your hard hat, Cornelius, is starting to falter and almost become a little lethargic. Freddy, the result of your roll. Where did I put my dice? Oh, there they are.
13 D8 effect die.
13 with a D8.
Correct.
All right. You're hearing this canary start to kind of like chirp, 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 kind of growing a little weaker, a little quieter. You had a 13, you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's going to beat my 10. So that's going to be a success. What was your effect die again?
D8.
Okay, so you can obliterate another of his D6s.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he has a single D6 remaining. Freddy, you move over to this like cascade of rocks that has like fallen to cross your path, and you start kind of moving them out of the way, and in a moment, a slightly older still, but still not quite as old, Levi is beside you, his bare hands like reaching out and grabbing a hold of pieces of this rubble and pulling them aside, concern and worry on his face. Come on, put your backs into it, boys. We're gonna get them out of here. Don't you worry. And he's digging, and you hear him call out, Corny, you just hang tight. I'm coming. Daddy's coming.
Yeah, I think even though he knows it's just a memory, I think Freddy actually almost like automatically just starts moving the rocks a little bit faster, kind of caught up in this, realizing what this is.
Once again, we see the older version of Levi who has kind of reappeared. And he reaches out and tries to move some of these rocks as well, but his hands just pass straight through them, and he looks down at his hands and shakes his head. There's just nothing left. I'm all used up. Ain't nothing left. I can't even... Corny, I saved you. Do you remember? Do you remember?
Cave in at 29. It was summer. Mom made me stay in the house the rest of the time that the sun was up and warm. By the time she let me back out, it was the dead of winter.
Tried to save those boys that you ran with. I just couldn't get it fast enough. I'm sorry that I failed you, Corny.
You did what you could.
Just wasn't enough. I just couldn't be enough. And again, he fades from view. Next.
I think seeing all of this and Opal is kind of hit hard in her feels. Her daddy was a miner. He died because of the black lung. This is hitting her pretty hard watching, even as a ghost, coughing up blood, things like that. And that's why if anybody looks at her, she's got a cloth kind of over her nose and mouth. And she's seeing this little bird. And is is I think what she's gonna do is she's gonna kind of do this precognition to see if maybe she can figure out or get a sense of exactly what memory we're looking for.
Absolutely.
Cool. I gotta find all my shit.
Yep.
So this is the ability that I'm gonna use is that
Precognition. Okay.
I am going to use my what does home mean to you? I'm not gonna spend a plot point to use anything like that. Just because this is hitting real close to home for her. We're gonna use sadness as the emotion.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Again, family for a relationship because this is hitting her pretty good. I think for this I'm going to use Sage for the role.
Sure. Okay.
So that is a D8. I don't think I'm gonna use any of my signature. You know what? I'm gonna use her mama's locket because it's like in this silence of the mine, it's almost as if from this locket that she wears, she can kind of hear this whisper, maybe telling her where to go.
Okay.
So that is another D6. Oh, let's see. No floor rolls. Okay. Oh, these aren't bad at all. I mean, it could be better, but it's not terrible. No
Keep in mind-
ones.
Okay. Keep in mind you do also have hero die if you do have hero dice.
I do not have hero dice.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I lied to you.
You did. You lied.
I know. It wasn't intentional.
Damn it. So that's 13 with a D8 effect die.
Okay. So that is going to be a success, which will eliminate the remaining D6 that he has. Opal, there's something intuitive that kind of comes over you. It could be this whispering voice from the locket. And you actually kind of move away from where they are like uncovering this pile of rubble. And you like take a turn off to one side. And as you do so, you come around a bend and you find yourself in like what looks like a general store type area, like a wooden shack of a building. It's very much got, whatever logo and brand name that owns the mine kind of on every product that you can see that lines the shelves. And you see a slightly younger than you had been seeing Levi. He definitely is walking with a limp now, and it's obvious that he's having some trouble like holding on to things. But he lays a bundle that's like wrapped with a cloth. It's kind of dingy and dirty on the counter and slides it across and is talking to the person behind the counter, who opens the cloth, and you can see all of the watchmaking tools and the little containers that hold all of the little pieces of the watches. The person behind the counter kind of takes a look at everything, and then hands him some money in exchange. And he takes the money and looks at it and then leaves the store. And as you follow, you end up not following him for long, and you find yourselves walking into a familiar living room, the same living room you saw before, although it looks a little older, a little more decrepit. But there is a decorated Christmas tree in the corner, and there is a slightly older Cornelius. Cornelius, remind me, do you have siblings?
I imagine I would have had like maybe an older brother and a younger sister.
Perfect. You see Cornelius' siblings also kind of seated on the floor in the light of this Christmas tree, though it is dim. And he comes in, and there is a little bit of happiness that kind of erupts amongst the children, and he starts handing them little wrapped packages. They're wrapped in like newspaper that has been used. And all of you are able to see again this older, ghostly Levi, who is kind of standing by the front door, just watching this. And there's a smile, a quirk at the corner of his mouth. And he comes over to stand by the adult Cornelius. I think I finally realized what I've been looking for. You muted? Mm-hmm.
And what's that, Paul?
I thought I had lost my purpose. That I lost myself. I gave everything I had to give to a company that ended up trying its damnedest to betray us, to kill you, and all the rest of them boys. I thought that if I just worked hard, didn't waste any time, maybe it all would make it matter. Make it all worth something. It turns out that I was right. My purpose was you. You kids. Our family. Wasn't to be a watchmaker. My purpose was to be a father. Didn't lose myself, Corny. You helped me find myself. I know you feel lost. I know you feel aimless. I know I told you that purpose is what matters in this life. But you'll find your purpose as you go. You'll discover what it is. You'll follow it. You'll fulfill it. I know you will. Take the risk. Even if you fail. Because you could play it safe and you could still fail. You understand?
do.
If you want to leave this all behind and you want to go out west, son, go out west. Don't hold on to this. And he moves to hug you.
I'll hug him back. And when I'm next to him, I'll say, you taught me everything I needed. Just know that when the grip leaves your hand, I won't let you down.
You never could, son. You never could. And with that, Levi stays corporeal. He no longer fades. He no longer vanishes. You make your way over towards the front door of the house. These kids opening their modest but appreciated Christmas gifts. And you step through. We hear somewhere else. Within the Nowhere Motel Resort and Casino, the jukebox changes once more. And we now hear Hound Dog by Elvis Presley begin. And as you step through the door, we find ourselves in an entirely different place altogether. You step out onto a sidewalk on a busy city street as cars zoom this way and that, and you can see the cables of the streetcars strung above you and the glow of the streetlights on the corners as people move to and fro, and you realize that everything you see is in black and white. That is where we're going to end our session.
And it's raining.
Absolutely. It's all moist.
I was gonna say, gotta keep our moist friend moist.
We're all the moist fella now.
Ew.
Maybe Sam Wolf is just stuck in some sort of time stasis, and that's why he's always wet, because this real person is standing outside in the rain.
There you go.
It's a moisture party.
To be honest,
It's a moisture party.
You are probably filthy if you were walking around in a coal mine and you are wet. You are black as
wet and dirty.
You are black as you are oozing.
That's why Sam's door is all black and white. It's all the coal washing off of him into this world.
Gross.
My God, man, take a shower.
I'm trying.
You're nasty.
You're nasty.
Amazing. So obviously we did not wrap things up tonight.
Quintology, motherfuckers.
We tried.
To everyone's
we for the
surprise,
5th, and here we got it.
It's Karen's fault. She cast that spell.
He cast that spell.
it's true. But I can say with all confidence that we will finish up next time. Whenever that is.
All confidence.
Oh my.
We'll have
Right.
to figure
know,
out when
Jeremy.
next time is
Famous
going to
last
be.
words.
I don't know. Sextology sounds pretty good.
I mean, we were just
Especially
having a moisture party.
Especially in a moist, dirty city.
Talk
Gross.
about a no pants party.
Oh no!
Full circle.
Erasmus Expeditions After Dark.
Never go
Yeah.
full Winnie.
The Erasmus
Based on-
Sexpeditions.
is giving me right now.
Erasmus Expeditions.
People used
Never
to
go
ask me
full
that
Winnie the Pooh.
whenever my screen name on Twitch was all lowercase letters. People were like, "What is a sexpedition?" I'm like, "Well,
Expedition. What?
Well,
And that's
much
how you
time you
lure
got?
them in to play in
So
these
funny
games.
story.
It's brilliant.
I'm actually 2 types of dungeon master.
por qué no dos?" I'm
Oh,
top
I
Jeremy.
grabbed my wrong
Always.
DMing bag.
Oh
Oh
no!
no!
Oh no!
Well,
Oh no!
I
Oh
mean, it's
yeah!
okay.
It's
All
okay. They
right,
both have
fine.
dice in them.
Make a deck save.
Alright.
You're gonna have to roll the ball gag.
Oh no!
Ball gag.
Jesus Christ!
Really going
Oh, God.
D20. Anyway,
All right.
this is Jeremy Lilly's Games After
This
Dark.
is
It was late night on the Erasmus
it
Expedition.
was
That's my
it was
secret cap.
demonetized hours ago.
Jesus.
that's my secret cap. I'm always inappropriate.
Hey.
Hey.
All right. This was incredible, y'all. No surprise there. I love this setting very, very much, and I'm really, really, genuinely proud of the story that we've told so far. And I cannot wait to finish this and put it to bed finally. So thank you for being willing to go to some dark, hard places. Wow. Some difficult places. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can give any parting words that they would like to. And then we're going to call it a night. I might regret it. But we're going to
Do you trust us?
We're going to start with Bottom Jason.
Excellent. Off to a great start. I am Bottom Jason. I'm Jason Osorio, playing Freddy Bogart. Again, wonderful session as always, Jeremy. Thank you for running us through this crazy time. Thank you, of course, to my fellow players. You always bring your A game. And again, of course, thank you, Baron, for providing us with this wonderful playground to play in. Yeah, I'm very keen to see how this all wraps up with our final 2 sort of vignettes, and then how things conclude. Things definitely seem to be changing and shifting in good old Nowhere, so we'll have to see where it all ends up. Hopefully, nobody dies or meets a horrible, unspeakable fate. So we'll see. But I will pass it on to Nathan.
Yeah, just every time I come to the stable, I have a great time. It doesn't matter if we're playing something that becomes heavy like this and gets all emotional, or if we're playing the most silly gonzo version of Jumanji, which I've been a part of, by the way, and was fantastic. It doesn't matter. I know it's going to be fun, even if it's going to be fun trauma, even if it's trauma. So I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy that Jeremy keeps inviting me back. I'm happy to play with all of you guys and the fantastic characters you bring to the table. And I always enjoy getting lost in another world for a few hours at this table. And I can't wait to come back and play again. Pretty nervous that it's seemingly my turn at the chopping block, so to speak. Yeah, we'll see how that gets handled. I guess next time we play. I have been the moist fella, and I guess I didn't think I could get more moist than tonight, but since we're back in my world, I guess I will be more moist next time we play.
Might even say moisture. You might not say. I don't know. Maybe not. Yeah, man. Always a pleasure to have you on, Nathan. I love the fact that that even within the same game, we can be absolutely ridiculous and also emotionally deep. That's the sweet spot that I like to live in. All right. Speaking of the sweet spot that I like to live in,
I knew you were fucking gonna say that.
It's Baron.
It was either I don't remember what it was before, but what if you would have done the segue like 2 sentences before it? It wouldn't have been any better. You can map them out once you know the secret.
I can't be blamed for this. I really can't.
You know, this is a. Never mind. I'm Baron. Had a good time playing Cornelius. Can only echo what has been said, and I can only be sure will be said further after me. But it is truly a treat to be here, and I'm grateful every time. So thanks for letting me play, and thanks everyone for playing with me.
Absolutely a pleasure, man. Again, like I cannot overstate how much I enjoy Elsewhere as a setting. It is a really, really interesting place to kind of like explore and come up with stuff for. So I'm very, very thankful that we have you at the table for the game. All right. Next up is Sarah.
Hooray, I didn't get a crazy segue. I'm thankful for this. Hello everyone. This was fucking fantastic. I love every single one of you here, and I am so lucky to be invited back here when I am. I love this place. Please keep me here. Anyway, this was insane. Like this is the second game I've cried on for this, game here, this session. The second session I've cried on just for this one game. Thanks for that. But anyway, I can't wait to see what goes on next. Holy crap, I'm so excited.
Yeah, you and me both. Next session is going to be heavy. I'm not going to lie. But I think it'll be a really fun is probably not quite the right word, but a really powerful note to end things on, I hope. So fingers crossed. Speaking of powerful notes, next up is Top Jason.
Man, this fucking game, man. No, everybody else has said it too. Elsewhere is just something unique that I am really, really, really digging. It's like a marriage between Stephen King and Eldritch horror. It's just awesome, and it's just made even better by everybody that I'm sharing this table with here. Thank you everybody for everything you brought to this table. It makes me want to up my my game and match energy like very few other games. Thanks, Jeremy, for running this. I can't wait to see how you're going to end this insanity. That's really all I have. Sláinte, and everybody have a good night.
Oh yeah, brother. Yeah, like I said, I am very, very stoked to get to the end of this. There's been some discoveries and some reveals both within the individual character stories, as well as hopefully through the through thread story with Casey and Arlo and stuff. And there's quite a bit revealed tonight, so I'm hoping that feels like a good payoff at the end of the game. So yeah, I can't wait. So thank you as always, Jason, for coming along and being a fantastic part of this story, man. I'm glad that you were able to make it as well. And happy birthday again. I'm so happy that you decided to spend some hours of your birthday with us.
Very much, man. I appreciate it greatly.
Absolutely. All right. Speaking of much appreciated greatly, next, but certainly not least,
Baron.
Karen.
Dude, fucking bias. The fuck? Favoritism at its finest.
I say we riot right now.
Dude, I'm gonna write my own fucking segue next time. Here you go, Jeremy.
With blackjack and hookers.
Here
In
you
fact, forget
go.
the segue.
Here, you can read this to introduce me.
It's like a fucking herald
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
note.
First of his name.
Introducing Baron, first of his name.
Oh my god. I love you all. This was so much fun. I'm so glad we got to play in this setting again. Like I'm so Baron, thank you so much for birthing this world. It's it's been amazing. I'm both very excited and extremely nervous for the next session. Can't wait. Cannot wait. It'll be great. We'll all be fine. We'll be fine. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Everybody else said it all. Love you guys.
Yeah, I feel the exact same way, Karen. Much love for all of you. Again, just being tremendous players. Every time that I ask each and every one of you to be a part of a game, I'm excited to discover what it is that you're going to bring, and how much, I don't know how to put it, but like moldable clay that you're going to give me as part of like your character, that I can fuck with and twist. It's honestly, it feels like those are where the strongest story beats come from, is the stuff that you guys give me. So thank you for that. Jeremy fucks clay. No comment. But not only are you all fine players, but you're also really good friends. It's amazing that I get to spend a good portion of my free time doing this. And I love it. And part of the reason why I still love it after doing it for so long is because I get the opportunity to watch amazing storytellers hit the ball back and forth with me. And that's a lot of fun. It's a complete and utter joy. So thank you. Speaking of thank you, deeply from the bottom of my heart, thank all of you who may have watched this game either live with us or whether you may be watching it at some point in the future. Thank you. Thank you very, very much for spending time here at the channel, watching games like this. It really does mean a lot to me that somebody finds something of value here. So do all the stuff that the algorithm likes to see. Hit the like button, comment, share the link around, talk about it with your friends, buy Cortex, play Cortex, play a game in Elsewhere. Message me, tell me how it goes, tell me what you did. I think that would be amazing to hear this setting get played more. Yeah. What else? Remember that kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to people. And I can tell you, like, it genuinely makes a difference in people's day. Could be week. There's a lot of people that are walking around with heavy shit on their shoulders, and you might not ever know it. And if you lead with kindness, which costs you absolutely nothing to do, you might change somebody's outlook. You could change, even if just for a moment. A positive interaction stays with you for a long time. So yeah, go out, be kind, unless they're Nazis, and then, you know, push them into a mine shaft if you've got one available. Yeah, be nice, fuck ice. That's the new slogan around here. So, fuck ice. And clay, apparently. But, you know, never together, because they don't deserve that.
Painful.
All right, I think we're going to go ahead and get out of here. Thank you all very, very much. I love you. Until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.